And we are live.
Okay, thank you. Well, it looks like we're just waiting for a couple more members, but it looks like we do have a quorum. And there's Tina. Great, so we're just missing Liz. Maybe we should, since we only have an hour for this, Superintendent Lansfeld, maybe we should just go ahead. Do you want to get started?
We'll go ahead and get started. Chair Petrie and board directors, thank you for coming together this afternoon. We have a lot of work with our upcoming referendum, and we want to make sure that you're informed and we can make the best decisions possible together. So with this, the purpose of tonight's discussion will be to provide the school board with more information to help with future decision making. We have an update on our bond timeline that we'd like to share today, an overview of an expiring levy impact that we have more information on, an ongoing review of funding needs for our district, for our students and staff, and we want to consider options and timelines to increase our district's revenue. We also have with district administration's recommendations, future decision points to make. By sometime this summer, we will need to determine what is included in our referendum. We do have a second survey coming out that we'll be working with Baker Tilly, Don Lifto at our next work session. We need to decide on the number of ballot questions, the total amount of the referendum request, and how new funding will be invested. So we do have a bond timeline update to provide for you. This spring, 2021, at tonight's school board meeting, we are asking the school board to take action on a Brookview addition only of up to 8 classrooms. If it is approved, it is estimated to be about a 5-month timeline for the build. It should be completed, open mid-year, January 2021-22 timeline, or at the latest fall 2022. And again, we will be asking for approval on that action item this evening. Also, due to the census and redistricting law, the only options we found out for a bond referendum after the November 2nd election that we're asking for our renewal, we have just 3 dates, February 8th, August 9th, and a possible November 8th. There will not be an April or May option, as they are within 19 weeks of the August 9th, 2022 primary. This is due to an obscure statute. It's Minnesota Statute 204B.135 section 4. It's related to school district elections held in years ending in 2, which will be 2022. This happens once every 10 years. So with that, the district administration is recommending not taking a bond option out at the November 2nd election timeline. We would look at February 2022 or August 2022. We are recommending the August 2022 at this time, but would like to discuss this further with you. This bond would be for Lake Elmo Elementary to renew it, and other projects to be determined. We do have a community design team priority list that we will be reviewing with you. If it was approved in February 2022, we could have a new elementary and other bond projects open by the fall of 2024. Review and comment would be due November 2021. If we go with the recommendation that district administration is making for August 2022 for Lake Elmo and other projects to be determined, the timeline, just to be safe, would be mid-year 2024-25 for the completion of projects. There is a slight possibility that if we did a lot of pre-planning beforehand, at least 3 months, we might be able to hit that 2024 fall opening, but just to be safe, we were saying mid-year. The review and comment would be due May 2022. We are recommending the August timeline because we do need a significant amount of planning for boundary changes coming up, programming needs and programming reviews, and other project determinations. Okay, with that bond timeline update, we'd like to stop for a moment here and have a board discussion. Would board members prefer a February 2022 or August 2022 timeline? We just would like your input at this time and any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Melinda. Are there any questions or comments about this new information about a bond timeline? Katie.
Thanks, Ev. I guess I've kind of been thinking about this all day since I saw the new dates. And while I understand the August option gives us more time in planning, I am hesitant to push it back any further. I know that there's been community support for getting a bond in November, and we at the last meeting were under, and I know things have changed, but kind of my own justification in allowing it to be a little bit later in the year was that we'd have that same fall 2024 opening date. And now to kind of break that and say, no, but we're probably, there's a slight chance we could make that, but maybe not. Realistically, maybe not. I guess I'm leaning more towards the February date. And kind of in processing this as well, I definitely believe that our community has had more discussion around the bond with the CDT, and that people are a lot more aware, and we're much further along in the process, say, than we are even in the levy. So I feel like there is some groundwork to be laid. It would be a crunch to get it done in February, but I guess I'm leaning more towards February, to be perfectly honest.
Thank you, Director Hawker.
I guess I have a question. I have the same concern about pushing it out another year, and not, and what would be required in terms of managing our student population until that time. But I guess I would like to know from administration what would be involved. What are the pressure points in terms of having a, and one of the reasons why I was favoring next year as well is that I feel as though it's really important for us to see how enrollment shakes out this fall. We just don't know exactly what's going to happen in this year after the pandemic. And certainly enrollment is a big piece of decision making that we need to take into account for new buildings. So with that in mind, is it even possible for us to get enough information from enrollment figures in October to be able to then turn around and ask for a bond in February? What would be needed from administration in order to make a February date happen?
We'd need to put a lot of time into that. The enrollment right now, there is some positive news that I can share with you. We are up with enrollment after we've made all of those personalized phone calls across the district with everybody that has left this past year. We're up between 100 to 150 students, about 100 returning, and then an increase around 50, close to 50 with the incoming kindergarten. So good news there, but we're still not where we were with close to 300 students. So we will continue to monitor that. We don't know how fast families will make decisions or when they will make decisions, but that's something that needs to be monitored closely. And we'll need to do a lot of work. It would be heavy lifting. We're hearing from some people in the construction business that when you do go out for a vote, they are also recommending and leaning towards that August timeline for the bond projects. But we're open for discussion and would like to hear from you.
So what would that mean then if we did go for an August bond date in terms of managing enrollment until the new building or buildings are ready?
Well, we know that we need to do a boundary change coming up. If the Brookview expansion is approved and 8 classrooms can be added, that would give us some relief, especially off of the Brookview and Lake Elmo boundary areas, but we know that more is coming. We would also have to see how drastic the boundary changes would be. We might need to look at some creative programming and spacing. You might look at preschools. If there isn't room for preschools at Brookview or Lake Elmo or other places, do we shift preschools or other grades to another site until we can get the bond projects done? We had to do that, for instance, moving Lake Elmo Elementary, but it was 6th graders to Oakland Middle School while things were being adjusted. So we might have to do some creative things like that in the meantime.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Allison?
I don't know if we have necessarily, I don't know if we're looking for like a clear, steadfast decision today, because I know this is all relatively new information. And so I want to have some time to kind of process and hear from the community. But I tend to agree with Director Hocker. What scares me the most is seeing the 2025 and knowing that that could be the likely trade-off of between February and August. I don't want to jeopardize the success of going out. So, I mean, if someone were to say, similar to what I think Chair Petrie was saying, if there's a real driving need from a staff, I really do want to hear it and would very carefully consider that in my decision. But I feel like, again, we are a little bit further along in the bond conversations, and we've kind of delayed for so long that it feels like we just are running out of time to figure these space issues out. And every year we delay is another year we're not really serving kids to our best potential. So for me, I guess my initial reaction is I'm leaning more towards February, but I feel like maybe we need to have some more conversations around specifically why August, because I certainly trust the construction folks and the staff. So.
Okay, anyone else? Any thoughts that they want to contribute? Matt?
More of a question. Do we have any inkling as to when it's more likely that it might pass? I mean, is it easier to go out for a bond in February as opposed to going out for one in August?
I'm going to defer that to Director Keister.
Sorry, I have a little one here. We have had some conversation about that, and they both have some challenges. As you know, kind of an off-year time is just not quite as the usual, so it's going to be harder to get volunteers. February, you're coming off 3 months since a November election, so it's coming right back on the heels of the other elections. So that's difficult for your voters. You just asked for money, now you're asking again. It's also just difficult for volunteers. You're coming off the holidays, so you will have families that have been really busy with holidays, spent a lot of money over the holidays, all those other challenges that come with that. Likewise, in the summer, you're going to have a harder time with people being engaged. People kind of check out for June, July, and August. So similar things with trying to find volunteers. But in talking with John Hunick from Krause Anderson, he has said in his experience, February elections are much more challenging to get people to hear your message, to get to the polls, all of those things. So he actually was pushing for the August, just saying that in his experience, those have been more successful.
Thank you, Carissa. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, well, I'm sure that, we don't need to make a decision on this right now. We'll need to have more conversation about this, but, if this gives you a little bit of direction to go with, Melinda, that would be great. So please continue.
Well, it looks like Director Sherman has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Allison.
No, one other thing I think that would factor into my decision would just be looking at the extent of the boundary changes that will be in place. And if that 24 to 25, if that building completion date or renovation completion date, if that would minimize the impact for families on some boundary changes that you might be considering. So I guess I would want to know that as well.
Okay, so now I would like to shift into a review of levy information. Okay, as a review of the 2013 levy, it was an investment in excellence. It provided funding at 82% of the request was for supporting current programs and minimizing budget cuts and by providing financial stability. 15% of the request was put towards investing in our students' needs for the 21st century by supporting community-driven and bridge to excellence. It was a great plan and a lot was accomplished with that. And then 3% of the request went to increasing school safety and improving safe schools environments, such as improving all of the entrances, cameras, and vestibules at each site. The majority of school districts do have levies in place. They're an essential part of keeping schools running. And at least, I'd say at least 90+% of all of our districts within Minnesota do have those levies. Okay, what is our 2013 expiring levy paying for? It's helped to stabilize our funding for the past 8 years. It's supported current programs and it's addressed our budget shortfalls. We've had inflation, rising costs, state funding shortfalls, and unfunded mandates that continue to come our way. It also minimizes budget cuts. Examples of some of our levy initiatives that have been implemented and put in place. We've added elementary art teachers at all of our elementary buildings, dual language Spanish immersion program at Lake Elmo Elementary, and we are hoping to continue to expand that at Oakland Middle School. We've added the Pathways and Possibilities Career Exploration at high school. We've started that programming and we're hoping to grow it. We have BAR, which is Building Assets, Reducing Risks. It's a program for grades 9 and 10. We have Controlled Access into Schools, which has been very helpful at all of our sites. And then we have behavior interventions such as behavior specialists and green room capacity with paraprofessionals helping with that. Okay, what our 2013 levy looks like today is very different than when it was implemented and put into place back in 2013. This levy generates $1,288.73 per pupil, which is approximately 11.4 million. During the past 8 years, we've had to cut our budget 3 times with a total of $7 million since it was approved. And just to put things into perspective, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, it's 11.4 million in 2013. It's equivalent to the purchasing power of about 12.87 million today. The dollar has had an average inflation rate of 1.53% per year, which equals a cumulative price increase of 12.9%. Today's prices are 1.13 times higher than average prices in 2013. And a dollar today only buys 88.57% of what it could buy back then. So our dollar is not purchasing as much as it did by any means back in 2013. The levy fluctuates and moves around each year based on tax base, enrollment, and many other factors. So it's come time to address our district's funding needs. We know renewing is not enough to replace this expiring levy. It would now mean about $13 million. And that would be just to address the budget shortfalls with inflation, rising costs, state funding shortfalls, unfunded mandates, and not on here, but a new concern with the pandemic is the loss of enrollment. We'll continue to watch that. We also are looking at supporting current programs and initiatives that we've promised our families. That would be 1.9 million minimum. Career pathways would be 250,000. That's for 1.8 FTE and professional development and curriculum writing dollars to maintain what's at the high school right now. The school board did approve the 1.8 FTE, but there was no funding behind that. The language immersion to middle school that's currently at Lake Elmo Elementary would be 500,000, and we've also promised that with our planning to our public. Curriculum and instruction to support student learning and growth would be about $1 million. We are looking at curriculum reviews and all sorts of programming that needs to be in place to support our learners. And then items such as school supports at $150,000. Just to give you an example of what that is, at 3 of our elementary schools, we had to cut secretarial help. So half the day, 3 schools do not have a building secretary. They have a principal secretary, but not a building secretary. It gets very, very busy. We do not have staff. And I know I've been at one of those schools with the cuts, and the last half of the day, many times the principal is doing the secretarial work, just trying to keep things running. And that's not a best practice. So we would like to reinstate some of those supports at our schools. And biggest thing, that curriculum, we really want to catch up on all of those reviews and programming needs that we have for our students. Okay, we would also like to have options to expand opportunities for our students. We're looking at and have plans that we'll share in later meetings about a high school schedule change that's been talked about for a number of years, which would have the ability to increase and expand our career pathways. That would allow more opportunities for our students. That will come at a cost of around $2 million. We know with this pandemic how critical technology needs are for our students and staff. We're looking at a one-to-one technology program. We are currently spending about $2.8 million out of the general fund. We believe we need another, at a minimum, $1.9 million for a total of $4.7 million. We are looking at academic support and intervention for our students, which would mean 7 elementary FTE, 3 middle school FTE, 2 high school FTE, and then mental health support at $550,000. The therapists, we know we need more therapists. We have a need for another family needs counselor, chemical health counselor, and other supports. The social emotional learning that is so critical, especially again during this pandemic time. We are trying to fulfill what we've already started, and there has been no ongoing funding for this type of programming for our students that we know they truly need. So there are a couple of options to increase levy revenue. We can increase the current operating levy, which we know we need to do. We could go up to an additional $530 per student based on the current cap amount, which would result in additional $4.7 to $5 million of revenue. We can also look at the option of a technology or capital projects levy. There is no cap for a tech levy, but it must be spent very specifically with technology needs identified in the state statute. It could free up about $2.8 million with what we think we need in the general fund dollars and provide new funds to support that one-to-one technology programming. Okay, right here, this is a graph that shows how we compare to other metro area districts. If you look at the bright red bar graph, I know some of the numbers are a little small to read. We are in last place. Stillwater is at $1,177. That is based upon an average home in Stillwater, which is $350,000. We have used, just to note, in the past, $300,000 home on some of the previous referendums, but we know now the average cost is about $350,000. And this is for total taxes, estimated total school property taxes. Okay, so right now we would like to move into a board discussion. We want to know what board members are thinking in terms of a November Referendum, we need to start narrowing down how many questions we would like to ask. We know that the more questions you ask, the more complex it becomes, and the less chance that all of the questions have of passing. District administration is recommending at this time 2 questions. We also need to look at the total amount of referendum requests. District administration knows that we need at least a renewal and increase, or a renewal and a tech capital projects levy at a minimum of 4.7 million. We need to also work together and decide how new funding will be invested. And if we want to add programming, do we want to do anything else needed to support our students? If we want to do any of that and offer more opportunities and supports, we need to ask for more. We know that. We also want to ask the board what additional information is needed to help with this upcoming decision making. And with that, we're open for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Melinda. Questions or comments? Anyone? I had a question about the dollars that you just showed in your presentation about what would be needed in terms of doing additional programs or keeping what we've got. And that added up, I think, to, is it $530 per student?
Mm-hmm.
How does that translate to the amount per, per home? Because I think that we got some information from Don Lifto, but that was in terms of, it was a different calculation. So can you sort of do that math for us?
Yeah, well, what I can do is take this question. Don Lifto will be at our next work session. We're going to have him come to this work session, but we thought this needed to come first to try and answer all of your questions while he's there, to give you more information. So we could come up with some different scenarios on what that would mean. But 530, that will be at quite a bit higher level than what we were looking at on the survey. But we do believe that if we really truly need something and it's a priority, we better ask for it this time around. So we can come up with some calculations that way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Katie.
Kind of piggyback right off that. Do we have an idea of how much everything that you've been asking for, kind of the bare minimum additions and then the expanded opportunities for those 2 slides, how close does that get us to the cap of $530 per kid? I don't know if you probably can't answer that right now, but that's what I'm kind of wondering. Like, are we close to that? Or would we need even more than that cap? And then, I mean, we can't do that, obviously. But
yeah, our list is it's what we're asking for, top priorities. That's kind of the tip of the iceberg, and there's a lot more that we would like, but we're trying to prioritize and keep it within a means of what we really need. But we can come up with some scenarios for that too.
And then one other kind of follow-up question. Do we know how long we're going to set this levy for? Is it a 8-year, 10-year? How long is the levy time limit, and when would it expire?
You will have to decide that. I believe if we go 8 years again, that keeps us away from a 10-year. I believe that's a big election, and that can be very difficult to pass and renew during that year. So you'll have to decide if it's 8 or 10, and we can bring some different scenarios on that as well.
Thank you.
So Melinda, with the items that you described in your presentation that would be part of an increase, does that cover the cuts, the $2 million in cuts that were made a couple of years ago? If voters said yes to this, would that essentially help us restore those cuts from a couple of years?
It would not restore all of the cuts, and moving forward, what are our top priorities? We just reviewed a lot of those cuts, and some things have changed. We're in a different time. Some of those cuts we're doing okay on. Would it be nice to have them back? Yes, but we have some other priorities, the pathways, the social emotional support, some of the program, we really need that in place. those would be higher priorities.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Allison?
Oh, you're on mute. Sorry.
So I had a question on the slide addressing our funding needs. And I understand that the 13 million that you have there, that's just basically if we were doing a renewal of exactly what we're doing today, including the inflation that you outlined, that it doesn't include the cuts. Do you know offhand how much since we passed this operating levy, the 2013, how much we've cut in total over the years since we passed the operating levy? Is that something that you could get?
I believe it's about 7 million. That was in another slide. It's about 7 million. We've gone through and made cuts several times.
And then the 1.9 million, the career pathways, that's kind of you're estimating 1.9 million if we were, that would allow us to maintain what we're doing today.
What we have promised, yes, including this, we've made a commitment to the public that we would continue that career pathways right now. For next year, we're using funding that was left over from the pandemic, things that we didn't spend. We didn't have the ability to complete a lot of professional development and other things because of the pandemic. This is a 1 year that we're going to, 1 year only, that we're going to be able to maintain what's there, and then we need more funding. The language immersion to the middle school, we made that promise to the public that we would expand it to the middle school when it started, and we have a timeline for that, but there is not funding for that. The curriculum instruction supports, the curriculum reviews, all of the programming that we need. We're figuring at a minimum $1 million to keep that going. We're behind, we've delayed a lot of these reviews. And then the school supports, some of those positions and days off of staff schedules that have been cut, that has really impacted some schools as well.
Would this include roll-up costs? You know, for obviously like 76 cents of every dollar goes to paying our staff and benefits packages and the paraprofessionals, the nutrition staff, the teachers, the principals, everyone in the central office.
When you're looking at contracts, we are hoping that the state every year comes through with some extra funding with increases, and we're going to have to look at that. But no, that does not take account into any of that.
Does it include any, with the boundary changes, I'm assuming if we're busing kids further to fill some more empty buildings, does it include some transportation and increase in the transportation?
No, right now we're working on possibilities of how much transportation would be, because we know that that's another cost.
Yeah.
Depending on how extensive boundary changes will need to be.
And then also in the 1.9 million on that slide, does that include our having an instructional coach in every building?
No, and we might have to look at other funding options. There's a QComp, non-voter approved levy. We're going to have to probably review that during next fall, October, November, December. A decision on that would have to be made, or we will need to look at how we fund instructional coaches. We've had to cut some positions and trying to find one-time only funding sources to keep that going. If you do ask staff, the majority of staff that we connect with and the school administrators, the principals, they will say that those positions are absolutely critical for moving things forward for student achievement and growth.
I think the other major kind of buckets is the curriculum and instruction for the 1 million. Is that professional development? Or is that?
A lot of that would be professional development. We know in the last cut, I believe about 950,000 was cut. A lot of things have had to be put on hold.
I had some other questions, but I don't want to monopolize the time. So go ahead if someone else has questions.
Melinda, the current levy, does that have cost of living increase built into it?
They take care of that, when there's a levy, there's some, but it's never enough. This is the minimum that we're showing you right now. We know that we need more, but we can run some different scenarios, like I said, with Don Lefto, that's with Baker Tilly, next time and show you some of the comparisons.
Yeah, it was my understanding that there was a cost of living multiplier that was built into the previous levies. And so I'm just wondering how, how that gets calculated. So it'd be interesting to know that for next time that we talk about this. And I see John Tyne there. Maybe he's got something to say.
Yes,
about this.
great.
If you're asking about how it's figured, the Minnesota State Department of Education figures the inflation factor. But one of the things that's a little different, and I think Allison mentioned it, that the vast majority of our dollars really are tied to personnel and benefits. And so it really is kind of skewed and doesn't keep track with the cost of CPI, which we're using to figure inflation, and that's kind of conservative too. Somebody also mentioned busing and the cost of that. I think that was Allison also. Good question. And remember, right now, we're paying for a bus barn. We're paying not for the bus barn, but we're paying for a stagecoach property. And that's a significant amount that could be used to support transportation and help with boundary adjustments and changes.
And John, we are obligated right now for a half a year on that.
Yes,
year. Is
yes,
that
we
correct?
are. At the end of this year, yes, we are. We're obligated for a half a year. Mhm.
I had a question. If we do build another Lake Elmo, let's say, and address some of the issues, the overcrowding that we're very soon going to have at Oakland, would this levy, would there be any funds in this levy to take care of operational costs for any, new buildings that we might have? Or would that be something that we would have to juggle in our budget as well?
If we expand or add to the buildings, no, we haven't taken that into consideration. At this time, we're not planning on new buildings. If we, on top of what we have, we're looking at replacements or some expansions. If schools become too big, you do need some extra support, staffing. It depends on how big they get with our growth.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Allison.
This was just another, I'm trying to remember, and I can send this list of some, I've been trying to kind of keep a list of these run-up costs, and I can certainly do that because I know your numbers here are preliminary. But I believe it was identified that maybe we would want some additional, or right now we don't have interventionists in the middle school. And I know that was something we didn't have. We didn't have money for, but could we be including that? I guess.
Yeah, and sorry, there was some type of an echo. You can count on an average teacher salary with benefits and retirement and everything else in their insurance figured into it, about $125,000 per FTE or full-time position. So if you had an interventionist at each middle school, just say at a minimum, it'd run about $250,000.
Okay, thank you. Annie, did you have a question?
Just a quick one. Melinda, I know you just talked about the possibility of schools getting big and, having to add more staff and all that. Is that something we're planning for? Because obviously it's going to happen.
Yes, and we will do that with the school board. We know that Lake Elmo needs to be replaced. Again, we're starting tonight with asking the school board to take action on an 8-classroom expansion at Brookview Elementary to start. Then we would look at bond options with a minimum of Lake Elmo. That was one of the top priorities from the community design team. One of the other priorities, for instance, was the expansion of Oakland Middle School. We know that that's becoming crowded too. So we're going to have to bring this to the board with recommendations and see what you decide to do with this and what our capacity is. We had an entire list from that committee that was pretty expansive, and we know we're not going to be able to do it all. Over time, we might be able to, but we're really going to have to prioritize and make some decisions. What is at the top and what is our greatest need for our students?
Okay, thank you. Katie.
Thanks. I'm just wondering if I could get a little clarification on the kind of two options of renew with an increase for the levy versus renew plus tech levy. I'm trying to figure out, looking at the slides, like where would that cutoff be on what programs would be considered additional, since it seems like all the necessary is going to be at least financially additional. So I'm guessing maybe addressing our funding needs will be in both no matter what, hopefully. And then the expanded opportunities possibly would only be if we did not do a tech levy. That's just my guess.
At this time, you can do the operating levy with a renewal, and that money's in the general fund, which you can, right now we're using the general fund for our tech, which is coming up to about $1.8 million. If we ask for a tech levy, that money has to be used specifically for what's in the state statute for a tech levy. But if we asked for the 4.7 million from a tech levy, that frees up about the 2.8 million in the general fund that can be spent on the programming. So that's just one scenario that we could do. And there's a cap on the operating levy, no cap on the tech levy, but it's restricted. It's more restricted on how you can spend that.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, where would we draw the line if we do the tech levy on what would be included?
Okay, we could bring a list. John, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, there is some flexibility in that, and I've talked to John Perry, who is a very, very clever individual, and he's come up with some things on the from the state information. That example, right now we spend money on textbooks and other things that we could include in as part of the tech levy, and because we wouldn't have to spend our general fund money on that, we'd be able to free that up for programming. So there is a little bit of reason to go with the tech levy, because it's on net tax capacity, which lowers the tax rate a little bit and gives the homeowner a break. Okay, just so you know that. And then Bev asked one other question. Have you thought about, and I don't mean to change the subject on you, Katie, but she asked a question about, have you taken into consideration the cost of a new building and maintaining it? And right now we're maintaining quite an older building, and it's fairly expensive. Plus we have portables that are attached to that. And there are costs in there that could be eliminated with new construction, efficiencies in heating and lighting. Plus it'd be easier to clean and maintain too. So I guess we have kind of thought about that, but and then enrollment figures into it too. Once you have a newer building, it seems like that becomes an attractive location for folks around you. But just so you want to know we were somewhat awake there.
Thank you.
So can I just ask a quick question here based on what John just said?
Yes, go ahead.
John,
Yes.
yeah, so it looks like you all are already thinking of some of the opportunities that are out there. You just mentioned an older building, talked about enrollments. And so what are the plan? I mean, if we have to go that route, what is the plan with respect to trying to, instead of wasting money, maintaining a building, what is the plan there? Because I mean, that's can be a bit irresponsible if we're not using it. from your financial point of view, what do you think we should do?
Well, that's pretty tough. I always defer to my boss, first of all. So that would be our superintendent. But I think as a team, you have a team that has run a lot of scenarios already. Yesterday was a really good example. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but we spent the day talking about a lot of options that are available and running those through the scenarios. And what we try to do in those meetings is to ask the questions we don't want to be asked. In other words, we want to be prepared for the difficult questions when they come up. So when you ask about preparing, I'm saying, well, I know that it's going to cost less and we're going to be more productive if we have a better location. I don't have any real statistics to back this up, but I honestly believe that staff perform better in a building that they feel comfortable in too. So
I would say students do too.
oh, that's what it's all about, students. And if I indicated less, I'm sorry.
No.
Tina.
Thank you. John, can you clarify when you were talking about the older building, you were talking about the old Lake Elmo building?
Just like Elmo, yeah.
Okay, I think there was a misunderstanding there because speaking about the operational costs that Chair Petrie had mentioned, there was speculation in the past as to why they closed those 3 buildings was to fund operations they didn't prepare for when they built the new school. So that's just kind of been floating out there. So I think that was part of the reasoning for the questioning. But I think Director Corbini may have misunderstood what school you were referring to in that comment.
I guess I should.
No, I knew it was Lake Elmo because I mean we've always said we need a new Lake Elmo, and it's truly spending money just going down the drain for something that is that old. 4 schools were closed actually, not just 3 but 4. Or Valley Crossing was one of those. I know we always say 3, but it was actually 4 that we lost. So yeah, it's you will agree that it's a waste to be spending that kind of money in Lake Elmo. The building is just not ideal. So if we're going to do something about it, then I think it's important for us to start talking about what we need to do so we don't continue to spend that kind of money maintaining something that is not feasible. So thank you.
Allison.
Just really quick, getting back to the levy. I think my concerns have always been, I just want to make sure that what we're doing, if this is going to be an 8-year levy, that we're trying to anticipate costs. Because I think when we get into these budget cuts, it's because we're not anticipating, whatever the needs may be down the road. And I know that's really difficult, right? And maybe we need to get better at really clearly identifying this is what this levy's for. And then when we have future needs, maybe we need to go back out to the community for additional dollars instead of trying to do, everything we want to do on on a levy that wasn't intended to cover those costs. A couple questions. I want to make sure that our concerns or program needs around EL and special education and even GATE, I know that they have some needs too. I just want to make sure that all these special programmings that we have, transitions, just embedded in our schools, we have medically complex. I just want to make sure that we're looking really at all of our programming and making sure everything's covered. That's extremely important to me. And then also with the tech levy, are we thinking that we would marry the two so that you couldn't pass the community couldn't pass a tech levy and then not pass the operating levy? Or if we, I just get worried. And on the flip side, if we pass the operating levy and don't pass the tech levy, and we've accounted, we've made the assumption that the tech levy is going to pass, and then we don't have those savings materialize in the operating budget, that is concerning to me too. So just those 2 considerations.
So Director Sherman, just to go back, I do believe, and I can defer to Director Tyne, that you can go out for other levies if you do have needs at different times, as long as it follows the state statute. So that is a possibility. Because as we've been reviewing some of the budget cuts and programming needs, what we needed back in 2013 is very different than what we need now. Times have changed. And then you look at the pandemic that nobody could have predicted. So things do need to be reviewed, and 8 years is a long time to go to have everything lined up and know what you need. It's quite a ways into the future. All of the programming, as Director Tyne mentioned, we are meeting as a leadership team, spent a full day yesterday, and we will continue to meet to review all of those big programming needs. We are starting to cost it out. What is the goal of the program? Is it sustainable, feasible? Is it serving students' needs? Where's the best possible site? Trying to take into all of those considerations. After we review the programming, we'd like to get people together, bring people from the community in and take a look at that. And then the questions 1 or 2, yes, you can word the questions to make sure that one must pass before the second question can pass. So there's ways to word those that we would want to work with Don Lifto with Baker Tilly to do that, to ensure the best outcome for our kids.
Okay. So Melinda, what are you looking for from us during this work session? What sort of outcome would you like to have?
Yeah, if we go back to some of the questions, would like an indication of number of questions on the ballot. The administration right now is recommending just 2. The total amount of the referendum request, we can bring more information if you do have questions. If you could send them to Joan when we have Don Lifto here at our next work session on April 22nd, so we can try to go deeper into the information with the programming, how you'd like that funding to be invested. Is there anything that we're missing that you think that we might be missing? Any questions on the different programs that we are supporting or wanting to expand right now, and any other information that you need for decision making as we start to narrow this down to do the second survey and figure out what we want on that ballot.
Okay, thank you. From my perspective, I think 2 questions is probably the ideal. I think that if ever we were going to get a technology levy passed, that this would be the year to do it. And in terms of what the amount should be, I feel as though I need to have that translation between these millions of dollars that you're talking about versus the $130 amount that came out of that first survey. I need to have those statistics match up. I mean, if what you're talking about with these requests ends up being an increase of $500 on a $350,000 home, then obviously that's just not going to pass. I mean, my preference would be that we would be able to persuade the community to support, to sort of keep us whole, at least for right now, and sort of add back some of those cuts that we've had to make. But again, that needs to be balanced against, what we feel the community can bear. So I would just need to see that information before I could give more guidance. So that's just me. Liz?
Thank you. So Melinda, were you saying that anything that we would like for to be included in the survey, the next survey, or any questions that we have as far as programming, we need to have that to you before our next working session on the 22nd?
Yeah, not reference to specific questions in the survey, but what questions do you need to help us make these decisions that we might be able to answer, or Don Lifto could provide more information on?
Okay, so I'm sorry, why are we not allowed to say what questions we would like in the next survey?
You could ask. I don't know how many questions that we will have at this time to send out on the survey, but yes, I'm welcome in any kind of input, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Carissa?
I was just going to remind the purpose of the next survey is really to go out and test some scenarios. So you're really looking with this next survey to have a package out there that you're going to test with people. It's supposed to give us a really good feel for whether or not we're going to have success at the poll. So it's a long ways to go from where we are right now, I think, to getting those questions in place. But just so you're aware, that's really what we're trying to narrow down, is to come up with maybe 1 or 2 options that you want to go out to the community and say, would you support this? And that's going to be especially important if we realize that what we're needing is probably more than that threshold we got out of the last survey. What might people be willing to pay a little bit more for if they knew this is what was on the table? The last survey was a little bit vague and it didn't really give an idea of what they're buying. So we're trying to test that more clearly with the next survey.
And as you can see with this information, we have a lot of needs, and the funding's not going to be there for everything. So as a group, we are really going to have to prioritize, what do our kids need? What's the top priority to support their learning and growth? And what do we need to support the adults that are supporting those students? And we're really going to have to come together to narrow that list down and then test it.
Thanks. Allison?
I thought probably the most interesting slide, and what I want to kind of share with the community, is the how we compare. I just want to take a minute to look at that, because as I was looking at that, it's pretty startling to me how far we've fallen in the comparable list, the districts that we compare ourselves to. And I just want to re-emphasize that even really to get to, catching up to the next district on the list is over the threshold, the initial threshold that the community already said that they would tolerate, that 130. I mean, we would, John, you could do the math better than me, a couple hundred, a little bit more than that. And then just to get to the middle of the list, we're probably talking 500 more per household annually, just to get to kind of that North St. Paul, Maplewood, Oakdale. And so I just want to be very careful that when we put packages together, I think that I just want to be very clear, what if we go with that 130, just what that threshold is, like what our public will get for that and what they won't get. I just want to be very honest with people that this is what you might lose, right? This is what we might not be able to continue to do. And also have packages that say, we can do all of this and keep doing what we're doing if we invest a little bit more. So I just want to, and so I think all those numbers that Chair Petrie said, with how it translates per pupil and how it translates to our taxpayers on a homestead, all of that information, followed by just the cost of all the services. But to me, the priority is continuing what we're doing today and making sure that our current existing programming is stable and secure, and that we're not looking to make cuts anytime soon.
Tina?
Going back to that chart, I know that chart is, estimated total school property taxes payable on the home. But aren't we, in another way to measure, aren't our dollars per pupil spent, isn't that comparable with other districts? Aren't we at least at average or above average in there?
This is the information I have right now, but I can look into that and try and find an answer for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be nice to see that too, to see a comparison, just to see where we're at, what we spend per pupil, for sure.
Annie?
Thank you. I think that's the last question was a very good one. I have looked at that information that was presented, and doing that, yeah, everyone else, I think it would be nice to see what you have in terms of data based on the question that Director Riley asked. I think that was a very good question. But one thing we have to also remember is the data that you saw compared to other districts. I mean, I think it's more than enough to tell us that that's why we're struggling financially. We want to be able to compare to other districts in terms of not only our abilities, our capabilities, our quality, superior education, but we don't spend enough. we don't spend enough to be able to provide our children with a lot of these opportunities, whether it's in Woodbury's, in Stillwater, or Lake Elmo, or wherever it is. We have very expensive homes, upper middle class families all over. But if you look at us compared to our neighbors, we don't spend half as much. And I think as a district, that's something we need to take into consideration. You have to have the resources for you to be able to compete. And if we don't have the resources, these are the kinds of things we'll be going through. Where they have opportunities in areas, we expect our teachers, our staff, our administration, our students to do superior work. It's not possible. You have to put your mouth where you put your resources, or put your resources where your mouth feeds. I mean, it's important that we look at all of those kinds of things. We don't spend enough. The amount of money that we pay for taxes in support of our the educational opportunities here in the district compared to others is quite minimal. It's sometimes, with all the way we talk about how much we spend in taxes, it can be a bit embarrassing, to tell you the truth. So I think as a board, the question for us is, what do we want for our children? Do we want them to compete amongst themselves, or we want them to compete with others? We can't even talk about our competition with Woodbury. We can't talk about our competition with Eastridge. These are our neighbors. That's where we need to start with. We have the Math and Science Academy, the #1 school in the state of Minnesota, right there in our backyard. So these are the kinds of measures that we have to look at when we talk about competition. Remember, I know one of the things that we always talk about is equity issues. Math and Science Academy has over 60% kids of minority background, but they're the very best in the state, #1. Woodbury has more diversity. Eastridge has more diversity than us. But these schools are still doing better. So when we talk about what we need for our kids, we need to look at the district. Talking about things that divide us is not going to help our children. We compete, we want to compete. You want everyone to be able to compete appropriately. So what do we want as a board? That's my only question here, is what do we want as a board for our kids? And I use the word our children in this district. Thank you.
I just like to give everybody just a quick overview before we wrap this up. Is if we did just the renewal and the 4.7 million in a tech levy, that's around 15 million. That would equate to the $130 threshold that the community gave us during the first survey, just to put things in perspective. That's nothing extra. That's just maintaining and the tech levy.
Okay, thank you. We are after 6 o'clock right now, so I guess we should probably, if board members, if you have any other thoughts on these questions that Melinda has posed for us, please just email her or give her a call so she has that input. But I believe that we will just end our work session now, and I will, let's take 5 minutes to go do whatever we need to do before we start our next board meeting. So we'll meet back here at, let's meet back here at 6:07. Thank you. I believe we'll get started. I call to order this meeting of Independent School District 834 Stillwater Area Public Schools for April 8th, 2021. Joan, can you please call the order?
Director Hockert,
Here.
Director Onken,
Here.
Director Porbenny,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Here.
Director Sherman,
Here.
Director Weisberg,
Here, sorry about that.
that's okay, Chair Petrie.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Director Hockert, second. Director Sherman. Joan, can you call the roll, please?
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbenny,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg, oh, sorry, Director Weisberg,
I'm sorry, I said yes.
thank you. Chair Petrie,
Yes.
you have a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is the superintendent report. Superintendent Lansfeld.
Hey, thank you, Chair Petrie and Board Directors. There's quite a bit going on in our district right now. First, I'd like to thank the Shepherd of the Valley Church for showing support to our staff. Several hundred coffee cards and personalized notes were delivered to staff at Afton Lakeland, Anderson, and Oakland by the church at Afton last week. And thank you so much for your support. We have the annual tornado drill on Thursday, April 15th. All school districts across Minnesota will sound their outdoor warning sirens for the annual drill. 2 sirens sound at 1:45 and 6:45, and this is a huge deal for all K through 12 students. I know at the elementary school during the evening at the dinner table, there will probably be a lot of talk and excitement about this. Graduation and prom plans are underway. Robes are being ordered, and Principal Bach and his team will be meeting with students to plan out all of the details. Graduation is on June 5th, this Saturday, so please mark your calendars. Our 2021 Partnership Plan Award recipients have been named. A big congratulations goes out to Amanda Jensen, 1st grade at Anderson, Laura Davidson, 2nd grade at Afton Lakeland, Shannon Foster, 3rd grade Stonebridge, Kent Musser Orchestra, Stillwater Area High School, Kathy Meyer, Math, Stillwater Area High School, Brian McTeer, Auditorium Tech, Stillwater Area High School, Emily Rockwater, Paraprofessional, Stillwater Middle School, and Linda Judkins, retired parent educator at the ACFC. A quick COVID update. We are paying attention to the numbers, specifically student positive numbers. As schools open, positive student cases have been climbing across the state. State health officials say 752 Minnesota schools have confirmed COVID-19 cases as of this past week. They estimate that 50% of the COVID-19 cases in Minnesota right now are the B117 variant. It's a more contagious and more severe version of the virus. MDH is concerned about the increase in cases among school-aged children and teens. This is why it's so important for all of us to keep doing the things that make a big difference. Wear masks, keep social distancing, avoid large gatherings, adhere to other restrictions that are still in place, get tested, stay home if you test positive, and please get vaccinated as soon as you possibly can. Minnesota public health expert Michael Osterholm said that we're now seeing the other aspect of this B117 variant that hasn't been talked about much. He says that it infects kids readily. Unlike the previous strains of the virus, we didn't see children under 8th grade get infected often, or they were not frequently ill. They didn't transmit to the rest of the community. This is not the case with B117, and we will continue to monitor our positive cases. We are seeing since spring break an uptick with students being positive in our district. So please remember the cautions that we need to take. We have 2 speech students going to nationals. Congratulations to Gersmith Dahri and Annika Fredine, who qualified for the National Speech and Debate Association's national tournament. Let's see, Gersmith placed first in the district tournaments in international extemporaneous speaking category, while Ferdine placed 5th in the original oratory. Laura Hammond is their speech teacher. And last note, Paula Forbes has been joining our district leadership team and our school board members. We were able to meet with Paula Forbes this week for professional development. We were able to learn a lot about each other and our communication styles during this time together. We will continue to meet in the upcoming weeks with a focus on goal setting, strategic planning, and equity professional development. Paula has been instrumental in working with our students at the high school level on equity and student voice this year, and we're excited to have her with us. And just as a reminder of my vision for our school district this year, I hold our district and our students, staff, and families very close to my heart. I believe in building the positive relationships as a group, having strong focus on student and adult learning and collaboration, reflection, high standards, and accountability for results. This can be achieved by building a positive climate, continuing to build and implement supportive district-wide systems, creating strong professional learning communities, providing high-quality professional development, implementing 21st century skills, and removing student and adult barriers to learning. We need to continually disaggregate data and close the achievement gap. The conversation in education has shifted from can these students learn to how can we make sure they learn. We are now holding ourselves accountable to ensure that every child, regardless of race, income, or special need, is successful in school. And my vision for the immediate future is to prioritize and focus on the following, and that is to continue healing and building relationships and partnerships across the district, continuing to provide a strong focus and commitment to equity, addressing space needs across the district, making decisions on an operating levy renewal and bond request, supporting and continuing our district's world's best workforce and strategic plan. I truly believe in respect, honor, dignity, acknowledgement, and connectedness for all students and all adults. And I also strongly believe in doing what is best for students, not what's always convenient for adults. I believe all students can succeed and all students should be held to high standards and expectations. And I believe this can be accomplished by a committed and passionate group of people, which we definitely have here in Stillwater. The district's mission should be to promote and excel student and adult learning in a safe and caring environment that facilitates both cognitive and effective growth while also enhancing self-worth. I believe education is a partnership between students, educators, parents, and the community at large. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld. Next item on our agenda is recognition. And that is Superintendent Lansfeld as well.
Okay, we'll just give it just a minute here to come up. Let's see if our guest is here. There we go. It's my honor and pleasure tonight to introduce Bridget Sandiger, 5th grade teacher at Anderson Elementary School in Bayport. She has received the Minnesota Agriculture in the Classroom MAITC 2021 Outstanding Teacher Award. Congratulations, Bridget. With that, I will turn the time over to Principal Anna Wilsick from Anderson Elementary. Oh, you're on mute.
I'll try that again. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. Chair Petrie, board members, and Superintendent Lansfeld. Couldn't be more proud to bring our 5th grade teacher, Bridget Sandiger, to you this evening for this special recognition. Bridget has been serving students in our district since 1988. She started as a substitute teacher in the Marine School, and then she went on to start teaching intervention in math and in reading, and she has been helping kids for over 15 years in the district. And most recently, of course, she has been one of our dear 5th grade teachers with specializing in math and in science. And I was so proud to learn that Bridget was receiving this award. She's been a champion for science education at Anderson when I was one of her colleagues, and also here together now. I'm so grateful for her leadership. She is really the engine behind our science fair when we're having that, when we get to have that experience again in person here at Anderson. I'm going to be looking to Bridget because the secret sad word is it's not really such a secret anymore, but Bridget is retiring. So I don't know how some of the wonderful leadership things that Bridget has taken on will continue, but we'll try to find ways to bring her back because she's the person who connects with our community. She brought in, goodness, so many Anderson Windows Corporation volunteers to help with the science fair. And I think Carissa has a picture that I'm hoping I could share too. That's just one snapshot of the ways that Bridget helps in our school. I love this photo because this is Bridget and her husband, and it was actually the beginning of 2019 when we were celebrating Anderson's 100th birthday celebration. And it was Bridget who, of course, was in the dirt digging and helping us to plant these beautiful hydrangeas at the front of our school. She was the right person to have in the soil. And I had to add, of course, another picture just recently of Bridget outside with the students. They're measuring trees, they're observing what was around them in nature. And that's what I love about the way that Bridget teaches. She gives students experiences. She's always being resourceful. And it's not a surprise that Minnesota agriculture in the classroom would recognize what an outstanding teacher she is. And there's a wonderful, there's some articles that are really all over the place. We've tried to put this in our e-news a few times, but what I like in this article is that Bridget says, she wants to strengthen her classroom discussions by looking at what is happening around us and how what we do now impacts our future. And she's always helping kids think about their place in the world and how the decisions they make and what they learn now will have that positive impact in the world. And so we're just so proud of Bridget. And I just want to give her the chance to tell you a little bit more about her journey. And she can share a little bit more about how she has this amazing agriculture background in addition to being an awesome teacher. So congratulations, Bridget. We're very proud of you, and we'll let you share a little bit about this award. Oops.
I know. Just to back up real quick with that whole mute or not mute, I had told colleagues that as we've navigated this school year, I mean, the comment that we always appreciate PD, and that's kind of what led me into this whole Minnesota Ag in the classroom and so forth. But I said, I felt like PD was a constant this year because we all had to learn how to navigate from hybrid to online to offline to all these different things. And let me tell you, fifth graders know right away whether you're muted or not, whether the chat is on or not. So we have lots of help making sure that our technology is or is not working. So, and it's always one of those things where you look out at them and go, yep, I know, yep, we're coming. So, as I told Anna, I said, this part is always hard. And I was even kind of called a bit on the carpet. I have 4 sisters, and as you know, sisters are really pretty tight with each other. And they read about my award in a newspaper or something someplace, and they're like, why didn't you tell us? And I'm like, well, I don't know. How do you tell people what you're doing? And for me, it's always been about the kids. And my journey started a long time ago. I was born and raised on a farm. I started off with 4-H work. And from that, I moved into, believe it or not, an ag ed degree. So instead of being an elementary teacher, I could have been a vocational teacher here at Stillwater. But my love of reading also guided me into elementary. And once I got into the elementary, and a lot of that, as Bev Petrie can let you know, I've always worked with the kids, her 2 sons. My 3 sons were very close in age. And so I did a lot of things with them with other different types of groups. But when I landed my position at Anderson, I just feel really strong about science. And I feel really strong about the whole idea of STEM or STEAM. And I felt that the kids deserve to have those opportunities for hands-on learning. And what we have in the district right now has some of that, But when I started following the Ag in the Classroom and their curriculum, and it first started with, it's called an Ag Mag, which is like a kind of the old fashioned weekly reader. And of course, they've taken the Ag Mag now and they've put it online. And I have to tell you, having the exposure to what Minnesota Ag in the Classroom has made our distance learning last spring. They jumped on board right away and they took a lot of their lessons and they turned them into hyperdocs. So I was able to take those hyperdoc lessons and put them into a Google Classroom. So it was really seamless for our kids to then open up this Google Classroom and be able to do these different activities. And one that they absolutely loved last year was designing their own greenhouse. And so it was kind of a 3-part that led them through the steps of what engineering is. And so that's how I had it broken up into my Google Classroom for them. This year, what we've been doing is we just started it today, and I should have sent some photos off to Anna, and it's called Raising a Barn. One of the standards for 5th grade is the whole idea of sustainability, renewability, non-renewable, and how that ties into Minnesota and what Minnesota has. And so this raising of a barn, what is included in the curriculum from Minnesota Ag in the Classroom is the lesson plan. They have a nice book that I read to them. It's called Tuttle's Red Barn. Tuttle's Red Barn is the oldest barn in the United States, which tied into what we're doing. We call our social studies adventures. And for adventures, we study the colonial period in the American Revolution. Well, as we read this story, it was set up by generations. And so this morning, our seesaw message was, what did you enjoy about the story, or what facts did you pull out? So, you know, I'm in the classroom and the girls are like, how many generations was that? So I gave them the book, and it's been in their same family for 12 generations. And they're just like, you know, anything that's 20 years old is like old. So to be 12 generations and grandpa or great, 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 et cetera. So not only do they have the science components, but they have a literacy component, and they have a really strong literacy component for like your K through 1. And what I've been doing also is trying to pull in some of our younger classes to see what we're doing. With this raising of the barn, the final activity is the kids all get 50 popsicle sticks, 2 pieces of construction paper. They can use a ruler, glue, and tape. And they create their own barn, but not just create it. Also in math, we for 5th grade math, they have to know the volume of 3D figures. And so we just finished that up. And the way that they'll be graded is what is the volume of their barn. And I told them that everybody should be able to get a 4 or a 3. I said, if your barn falls down, that's going to be a 2 because you can't store anything in something that falls down. And so today the second class got to start on their building of their barn. And you know, they just have such great questions, because of course the girls are like, can we paint it? And it's like, first get it built, and then sure, you can paint it. And then can we break the popsicle sticks? No. Can we add more pops? You know, so it's that whole, in pre-COVID, they would have built it collaboratively, but this way they're all individually building it. But they still work collaboratively because they're at the same table and they're like, what did you do? How are you doing yours? And so you get all that fun feedback. And then after we get done with that, I'm going to be doing 2 different, for 5th grade, we call it environments. And one of them is they're going to have their own little greenhouse where they get to build. And so you can see, you know, the idea behind it is plants need light. And then another one we're going to do is we're going to look at growing peas, and we're going to look at peas that can grow in a pot. And, you know, the miniature vegetables, I'm sure lots of you, if you have your patios or whatever, are growing the miniature vegetables. So That's a lot, but I've been very impressed with how I can take what they have. And it's also tied into a national curriculum. And so you can go onto the matrix and then you can create your own file and you can download all the different lessons that you want to download. The other thing that I love about them is that they'll have kits available. So this time around, I did use my money to buy these kits so that, and again, with COVID, to have every child have their own kit. And the other thing about them is if we ever go distance learning again, I can just send them home and they have all the materials that they need right there. So it's just been a marvelous program. And I started with the Ag Mag. I went on, they also offer in the field tours for teachers. So I've gone on 2 of those. Last year's, of course, was virtual, which was kind of nice because we went to northwestern Minnesota to check out forestry. We were down in southwestern for bison. Can't remember what the other one was. Otherwise, they do it a little more regionally. And it's just great because, you know, I think with how in Stillwater, most of our kids are disconnected from where does food come from. And, you know, I think they have a lot of exposure to that idea of how families used to raise their food, have their animals. But now, like I just shared with them, we have family that's still in ag. Well, they pay $500,000 for a combine and it drives itself. So it's all very technologically based, and the idea that ag really does sustain many, many jobs. And it's something I want them to think about, look into. And so we've talked about the engineering, the production, driving a semi, you know, all those types of things. So I have many things that I'm sad about with retiring. And one of those is, and Melinda, as you know, we are starting the science evaluation for curriculum. And that was supposed to be started last year or the year before. Anyway, it's been kind of pushed back. And that was something I was so looking forward to being a part of because of the different things that I've pulled into my classroom. And now it's kind of like, dang. But I try to share with, I probably should try to share a little more, but I do share it with other staff at Anderson. And I guess the only other thing I would say to you as a school board that when we had, and you guys can help me out, was that we used to have PLCs where we could meet on a district level with our grade level. And so that's where you get to share out those types of things. Love PLCs at the building level, but that it's so rich to be able to share with other buildings because as you all know, we've got so many creative teachers throughout the district, but you get focused on your class, your building, your students, and you know, you really try to take care of them. So that's a little bit of my story.
Thank you, Bridget. So full disclosure, yes, Bridget's sons and my sons have been friends for a long time. Bridget and I were Cub Scout leaders together. We've been in the same book club together for more than 20 years, a bunch of women from Marine. So I've watched Bridget's career over the years, and this award does not surprise me in the least. She is really passionate about teaching, and it is going to be a loss for the district that you're retiring, but I know you're moving on to other kinds of things. So I'm sure that all the rest of the school board members join me in saying congratulations.
I just have to share one thing. This makes me nervous to do this, but I just kept telling myself, I'm just having a conversation with Bev and it'll be okay.
It worked out just fine, right?
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you both for being with us tonight. Thank you so much. Okay, I realized that I skipped over the student reports. I'm sure Mara and Bryn noticed that. So we will go to student reports next.
Yes, I will start us off. As you all know, this is the first week back to school after spring break, and students have new classes, and it is the start of fourth quarter. A Voices of Change conference will be held online on April 16th, and high school students can sign up to participate in this conference where they will have conversations regarding equity in our schools. Congratulations to the Stillwater speech team who won their most recent speech tournament, meaning that they have achieved the first section win in team history. April is Alcohol Awareness Month, and students in the art department at the high school have been creating posters in their classes promoting this campaign. And Stillwater High School is looking for seniors who would be interested in serving on a graduation committee where they will discuss details for this year's graduation. If you are interested and would like to find out more information, students can check their school emails and make sure to fill out the application by Sunday, April 11th. With that, I'll pass it to Bryn.
Thanks, Mara. Tonight I'll talk about activities. The wrestling team lost a close semifinal match in the team portion of state. And unfortunately, both the girls' hockey and basketball teams lost their quarterfinal games at state. Stillwater is proud of our sports teams. They have overcome different practice schedules and teams finished their season strong. All spring sports have started practicing. Since the weather is warmer, teams are practicing outside. Lastly, students are hopeful that there will be a senior prom. If we are able to have it, the tentative date is June 12th. We will have more information as the date approaches, and that concludes our report.
Thank you. All right, the next thing on our agenda is open forum. I believe we have two people who are going to speak tonight. And Carissa, are you there?
We do have speakers. Are you going to read the kind of preamble beforehand?
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
School board meetings. School board meetings will be held electronically until further notice. If you wish to speak to the school board, you will be able to do so at the start of the school board meeting during open forum. A sign up for open forum speakers is available online on the board webpage from 3 to 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to provide time for instructions to connect to the meeting to be sent to speakers. You may sign in only for yourself, not other individuals or groups. The order of speakers will be established on a first come, first served basis. Due to time limitations, we will limit the number of speakers to 15, with each speaker receiving 3 minutes. You will need the ability to join the meeting electronically, either by phone or online. You will receive instructions for joining the meeting 30 to 60 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. Stillwater Area School District welcomes input from citizens as community involvement fosters better decision-making and improved learning experiences for all students. While comments and questions are welcome during open forum, law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public meeting. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. Because we are modeling civil discourse for our community, speakers must present their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, malice, or specific complaints identifying staff or students by name or implication will not be permitted. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversation with speakers during open forum. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. So, Carissa.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. We do have two speakers this evening. The first is Dawn Beavers. I believe she's joining us by phone. I think I see you there, Dawn. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, we're all set for you.
Thanks. Dawn Beavers, Stillwater, Minnesota. On January 15th, I submitted a data request to Superintendent Lansfeld. I did not request anything difficult. I requested the failure rate and average GPA for each grade 6 through 12 for fall 2019 and 2020. As a board member of the organization Let Them Learn, we are collecting this type of data for districts throughout the state. On January 22nd, I followed up by requesting a time frame for my request to be filled, and a reply stated that the data was being put together and would be available by January 25th by midday. That did not happen. Determined, I continued following up, including January 29th, February 5th, February 15th, March 6th. I was met with a litany of excuses, from teacher vaccination schedule to technology issues, And finally, on April 6th, I was given a copy of the information that will be presented to the board tonight. Not the information I actually asked for, though. I have never received any middle school data or GPA averages for the high school. I asked for the remaining unfulfilled data. Superintendent Lansfeld told me this morning that the district did not have the remaining data, and if it was collected, they would get it to me. How on earth can they be telling me that it was being compiled 3 months ago and also expect me to believe that they don't collect this data? I expressed my disbelief in my email response. Shortly thereafter, I received a voicemail from John Perry explaining that there was a recent trouble with the gradebook program and that has caused some trouble with my data request. So why the delay and the lack of transparency? Is it because of technology issues, vaccinations of teachers, or the data isn't even being collected? It's hard to follow this bouncing ball. I can't imagine a school district that does not collect this very simple grade data on their students. How can we possibly know where we stand and what needs our students have if we refuse to look at the data? I taught 13 years ago, and this type of data was at my fingertips as an administrator. In addition, I'm aware that this grade data for high school is collected and given to an outside foundation on a regular basis. Under the Minnesota Data Practices Act, the district is required to fulfill data requests in a timely manner, which it has not. It actually appears the district is suppressing public information. To board chair, I request an answer as to who in this district is the responsible named party in the legally mandated data practices policy. The responsible party is held personally and civilly responsible for data requests under the law and also subject to the legal ramifications of not fulfilling them. So Board Chair Petrie, my preliminary search tells me this may be Ms. Lansfeld, but please confirm by emailing me the relevant district policy by tomorrow afternoon. In the numerous districts that Let Them Learn members have asked for this information, Stillwater alone has withheld this information. It's not a good look, and I'm just asking why it hasn't been given. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Clarissa, you are...
Thank you. Sorry. Our next speaker is Stacy Bartlett. Hi, Stacy. There you are. Hi, Stacy. We're ready for you.
Hi, I'm Stacy Bartlett, science teacher at Stillwater Area High School. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address the Stillwater Area School Board. Tonight, I wish to respond directly to the question asked at the March 25th school board meeting regarding board level equity training. Do you have to keep doing this work forever and ever and ever and ever? After watching this board meeting and serving as a Stillwater area teacher for the past 8 years, I would like to answer this with an unequivocal yes. Please allow me to provide supporting evidence. Number 1, George Floyd was killed. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner officially ruled his death a homicide. When someone in a district level position sows division among my students by implying otherwise, it demonstrates a clear need for doing this work. Number 2, the fundamental importance of equity work as it relates to academic achievement is not only well documented, but understood beyond a shadow of a doubt by local, state, and national leaders in education. I've been a teacher for 25 years. In those 25 years, I've not taken a single college or master levels course that was void of the topic of student equity. I have not participated in a single year of professional development that didn't in some way work to dismantle the inequities we see in our school and society every day. Similarly, I've never been able to renew a single teaching license without first demonstrating I had participated in required equity-related training deemed necessary by the state of Minnesota. So when board members fail to see the same level of pressing importance, it demonstrates the definite need for doing this work. Number 3, providing an equitable learning environment is the foundation for academic achievement. This is basic psychology. As we know from Maslow's hierarchy of needs, physiological and psychological needs must be met before there can be achievement of one's full potential, including academic achievement. To do so requires meeting each student exactly where they are in their educational journey while continuing on our own. When a board member feigns a negative correlation between increased equity work at the district level and decreased academic outcomes, it demonstrates the urgent need for doing this work. Finally, and most importantly, this board is painfully aware of the inequities, microaggressions, and macroaggressions many of our students have experienced while in Stillwater area schools. When our own students tell us there is a need for actionable equity work at the highest levels, and we fail to listen to, hear, and or believe them, it demonstrates the board's critical need for doing this work. So until there is equity in our schools, the answer to this question is yes. You need to commit fully to doing the continued and essential work of ensuring equity for all of our students, or quite frankly, you need to step down. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our open forum. Thank you.
Bev, can you turn your volume up? It's hard to hear you.
It sounds like the computer might be having a microphone problem. You might want to log out and reboot to reset it and just come back into the meeting. We can barely hear you. It's like there's something covering the microphone. I'm not sure if there is.
All right, can you hear me now?
Sounds great.
All right, my bad. Okay, we are on the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything that they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Liz, Director Weisberg.
Thank you. Item H, the personnel report.
Okay. And Director Riley?
E and F, please.
E and F? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, great. Can I get a motion then on the consent agenda to approve these items? The minutes of the February 11th closed meeting, the minutes of the March 25th closed meeting, the minutes of March 25th business meeting, the disbursement register, and the 2021 to 2022 employee medical and dental insurance rate approval. Director Onken, is there a second? Okay, Director Corvini, thank you. Okay, Joan, can you call the roll, please?
Director Hackert,
Yes. Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Corbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Petrie.
Yes.
You have a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to items E and F. E is Stillwater Middle School track resurfacing, and F is 2021 district-wide pavement rehabilitation. Director Riley.
Thank you. Both of these can be cleared up really quickly and easily. I just wanted to clarify on the expenditure approval form on the financial impact. The cost is listed, but then additional language says additional costs may be incurred to remedy structural issues not identified in the construction plans. I just want to make sure everybody understands that change orders still need to come back before the board. That was kind of an issue we had with the last funding. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear before, because we've had some issues with some of these things lately. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to move those items then?
I would. I would like to move to approve E and F.
Great, thank you. Is there a second? Director Onken. Thank you,
Can we
Joan.
just do them all at the same time? H also?
You want to do H also? Okay, that's fine.
Well, I was just,
We can, sure. Do you want to talk about H now?
it's just really fast. There was only one retirement. And it is Brenda Williams, and she's the secretary at Anderson and is retiring after being in the district for 24 years. So I just wanted to say congratulations, and I would move that we approve E, F, and H.
Okay. We actually already have a motion on the floor. Director Riley, would you like to amend yours to include H as well?
I would. E, F, and H.
Great, thank you. And we have a second with Director Onken. So Joan, can you please call the roll?
Okay. Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director
Yes.
Porbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
and Chair Petrie.
Yes,
You have a 7-0 vote.
thank you. We're going to move on to reports now. The first one is Intermediate 916 Joint Powers Agreement proposed to member districts. And I guess we have Superintendent Connie Hayes to talk to us about this. Welcome.
And Chair Petrie, before, if we can take this down for just a minute before Superintendent Hayes begins, we would just like to congratulate her on her upcoming retirement and would like to thank her for all of her service. I believe 15 years with ISD 916. And I've had the pleasure of working with Superintendent Hayes this year and in a couple of previous years, and just a class act and always puts students first. And I would like Director John Tyne, that has worked with her, just to say a couple of words too before we let her begin.
Just a couple of years longer than that. Hello, Connie. And
Hi, John.
Welcome to the board table again for one of your last times. Over the years, I've worked with many, many administrators. And one of the things that always has stood out in my mind about Connie is that the old thing we always say, you always put kids first. That's been her motto. That's what she's believed in. That's what she's lived. And that just didn't start when she moved to 916. It started when she was in the classroom, and it worked on through her administrative career in southern Minnesota and then up to the Twin Cities. She has the difficult job of trying to corral a number of superintendents in one room and get them to agree on one thing, which is almost impossible. So Connie, I'm speaking, I hope, for the members of this community to thank you for your wonderful years of service and your great commitment to not only our children, which we hold very dear, but all the children of the Northeast metro area. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words, John. And you were a great partner, you know, when you were one of the superintendents, as well as just as Melinda has been. So thank you very much for those kind words. And I'm looking forward to a little bit of time with my grandchildren coming up here starting the 1st of July. So thank you. I thank you very much, Board Chair, Superintendent Lansfeld, members of the board. Special hello to Director Onken, who is one of our teachers on special assignment over at 916. Tonight, I hope to take you through the components of the proposed new joint powers agreement for our 916 members. I'll try to get through this relatively quickly. I know you have a big agenda ahead of you. First of all, the current joint powers agreement is very old. It is our original joint powers agreement, which was established back in 1969 after the enabling legislation to create the intermediate districts in the metro area. Unfortunately, the agreement, as well as state statute, does not give very clear guidance as to how to allow districts to exit our collaborative. And those of you that have been on the board for a while might remember that there are some collaboratives that have had members leave in the metro area, some dissolution of collaboratives. And because things have not been spelled out very clearly, it ended up being a costly process to figure those details out. So my goal was to begin a process to look at our joint powers agreement and create much greater specificity for all the members and in particular for those members who might consider leaving. We actually started this process about 2.5 years ago. And then we had a bunch of retirements in our finance department all at one time. They were all about the same age. And so it took us a few years to kind of build back up our staffing. And we have a new finance director, Patrick Jacobson Schulte, who would have been with me here tonight, but he is doing the same presentation at one of our other member districts. Next slide, please. The new proposed joint powers agreement, which I'll be speaking about tonight, is intended to be effective July 1st. That is, if we get through our timeline as we are proposing. And so it would apply to those members who are members starting on July 1st. This is an important date to make note of because we do have one member, St. Francis, who had put in a letter about 1.5 years ago to leave the intermediate. They will no longer be a member as of June 30th. So this new process that we are hoping to adopt across our members will not apply to St. Francis. Next slide, please. One of the interesting components of this new agreement, which a small group of our member district finance directors developed and then built consensus with other members, is an equity vesting plan, which simply means the longer you have been a member of our collaborative, the less expensive it is for you to leave because you have been paying through those years of being a member for the development of programs, as well as the levies that support different aspects of our program. So I looked at the data today, and it looks like Stillwater has been a member for 34 years. So you are one of the longer term members. And, if you were, soon to decide to leave the collaborative, we certainly hope you're not thinking about that. But if you were, you would get the benefit of this vesting component of the new agreement. Next slide, please. As in the old agreement, we do request that as a member is considering to exit, that they give the collaborative about 1.5 years, just under that, to plan for the exit. And so we ask that the member district who is exiting to provide a notice of withdrawal on February 1st, and then their effective date for leaving the collaborative would be about 17 months later on June 30th. Next slide, please. This new proposed joint powers agreement exit plan, if you will, is based in 4 different categories. The first one has to do with long-term employment obligations. Again, those of you who have been on the board for a while are familiar with the term OPEB, other post-employment benefits. For many years, school district contracts included benefits for employees who were retiring from the district. And many of us have, over the years, started to exclude those kinds of benefits from our contracts. And so OPEB requirements in most districts are gradually waning down, and at some point in time will no longer be on the books. But while those dollars are still on the books for retiring employees who have been with 916 for a while, this finance committee came up with the idea that the exiting member would pay a portion of the existing OPEB requirements. And so you can see the calculation at the bottom of the slide there, which is simply an average of the last 3-year benefit payments to retiring members times the exiting district percentage of the student body at 916. So if, for example, the payment in the last 3 years averaged to be, let's say, $150,000, that would be multiplied by the number of students that that district actually had enrolled in our programs at the year that they exited. Next slide, please. And the district's debt service obligations is really where an exiting member who's been with the collaborative gets some of the best benefit. So you can look at this table, and knowing that you've been a member of the collaborative for 34 years, your vesting is at that 25% level. And what that actually means is you take the debt payment that your district would pay in that last year that you're a member, and you multiply that by the vesting payment. So if, for example, in the last year that a district, Stillwater would be a member of 916, if the debt payment was $100,000 on this particular component, Stillwater would pay $25,000 because of their extensive vesting in the intermediate. Next slide, please. Then the third part of this agreement suggests that as part of the exiting process, the exiting district would give up their proportionate share of the district's assets. And by doing so, 916 would not continue to hold the exiting district responsible for any additional liabilities. One reason this is particularly important is that as the collaborative and its members entered into a debt obligations for the buildings that we have purchased, you as a district said that you were obligating yourself on the go forward to help pay for the cost of those buildings. And so this component of the joint powers agreement simply says that we will no longer hold you liable for those interests in the assets if you follow this particular component. And so this component says in the year that you would exit, we would multiply what the membership fee is at that time. And John, you can help me remember. I think right now it's either $21 or $22 per adjusted pupil unit. But you take that number, let's just call it 25 or 22, and you multiply that by your APU, and then you again multiply it by that vesting amount. So you can see again where the vesting amount really assists the member district who's been with the intermediate a long time in terms of what that exiting cost would be. Next slide, please. And then the committee also talked about the possibility of new members. Now, I think the likelihood of 916 actually acquiring new members is relatively low. One of the reasons for that is our enabling legislation says that all the districts in 916 must be contiguous with each other. And of course, we bump up as Stillwater does with the Wisconsin border. And then you can't go too far west and you run into St. Paul. And St. Paul, as a large district, is not likely to become a member. So really our potential growth is either going north or going south. And when you go south, you run into intermediate 917 for their members. Going north, the geography just starts to become a challenge for potential members. And that is actually one of the things, reasons that St. Francis has decided to leave the collaborative, because the transportation to 916 is greater than what they can accomplish by going to a closer collaborative. But if we were to acquire a new member, this finance committee came up with an additional cost for that new member should they come in and then leave relatively soon. So that payment would also, the payment for that district would include $50 times their adjusted pupil unit. Next slide. The payment structure, is a little bit more flexible for the member district. One of the ways the payment can happen is on the date effective withdrawal. Otherwise, if that leaving district wants to spread those costs out over a couple of years, 916 would be more than happy to allow that. But the finance committee did suggest that some interest on those dollars in subsequent years would also be paid. I should also note that when a district does exit 916, the resources that would come to 916 from that exiting member will actually be used to offset the increased costs for those remaining districts. So in finance director terms, one of the things that it would do is to smooth out, if you will, the tax levies for the remaining members until those dollars completely drop off of the table. Next page, please. Thank you. So here is the timeline that we've been working under. As I mentioned, Director Jacobson-Schulte was working with a small group of finance directors January through March. Once that was accomplished and they had built consensus, Patrick and the group presented that to all of the finance directors on March 4th. Then we did a presentation to the superintendents. And now during the months of April and May, we're asking our member districts to present it to the local boards. So that's what we're doing here tonight. And hopefully if we get through all of our remaining 13 member districts in April or May and get approval, the 916 board will then take it for adoption on June 2nd. And that's assuming everything goes smoothly. There could be some member districts who raise some questions and concerns. And if that is the case, we would have to establish a new timeline to finish this out. So that is the end of my presentation. I do want to thank you very much for the partnership with 916 for 34 years. And I've been a part of that partnership for the last 15 years. I've really enjoyed getting to know all of the leaders that have partnered with 916 over the years. And we appreciate your continued partnership. And we are very much committed to a high quality level of service for all the students that you enroll in our programs now and in the future. And I'm certainly open to answering any questions if I'm able to do so. If they get a little bit too technical, I might have to get back to you after I confer with Director Jacobson Schulte. So I'll certainly be available for some questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Hayes, and thank you for everything that 916 does for Stillwater students. We really appreciate that. Board members, are there any questions or comments about this presentation? Director Hockert.
There we go. Thank you, Chair Petrie. And it's more of just a comment, and I just wanted to thank you, Superintendent Hayes, for heading this up and taking the time to really clarify an exit strategy for our districts. And even in the last couple months before you retire, you're making sure that we're all taken care of in our partnership with 916. That is, as serving on the 916 board, that has been something I'm super impressed with, is how much it really is a partnership where 916 really is looking out for the benefit of their member districts and working with us. So it's very much appreciated. And yeah, I don't have any specific questions about the contract. I think it's very well thought out. So thank you for pulling this together.
Thank you very much for that feedback, Katie.
Anyone else? Okay, I assume Superintendent Lansfeld that this will be on a subsequent agenda for us to approve.
You're correct, Chair Petrie. Will be coming up at our next school board meeting for action.
Okay, that sounds great. Superintendent Hayes, thank you for being with us tonight. We really appreciate you coming and explaining all this to us in very thorough detail. So good.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Take care. Good evening.
All right, next item on our agenda is contract reviews. So we'll ask for Dr. Tyne to join us. Are you there, John?
I apologize. I should be one of those kids that the teacher talked about earlier, and then I would not forget to do that. In your packet, you have 4 contracts that meet the criteria that was established by the board earlier this year. The contracts are all under the limit of $50,000. And if there are any questions on any of them, I'd be happy to stand for them.
Any questions or comments, board members? Okay, great. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is the first policy reading for policy 701, establishment and adoption of school district budget, 701.1, modification of school district budget, 702, accounting, 703, annual audit. And we will ask Dr. Cherry to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair Petrie, members of the board, Superintendent Lansfeld. In your packet, you have these 4 policies that were just read by Chair Petrie. These are being presented from our policy working group and jointly from administration. In looking and seeking to eventually adopt finance policies for our school district, these are in alignment with the model policies from the Minnesota School Board Association. The first one, 701, is the establishment and adoption of the school district budget. The purpose of this policy is to establish lines of authority and procedures for the establishment of the school district's revenue and expenditure budgets. I won't read the entire policy word for word, but I will just make a comment that the policy does reference our legal obligations under Minnesota statutes 123B.10 under publication of financial information, the statute 123B.76 for expenditures and reporting, and Minnesota statute 123.77 under accounting, budgeting, and reporting requirements. As you look at not just establishment and adoption of a school district budget, but 701.1 policy is the modification of a school district budget. And the purpose of this policy is to establish procedures for the modification of the school district's adopted revenue and expenditure budgets, again, in accordance with applicable provisions of law. The third policy before you tonight is our accounting policy 702. And the purpose of this policy is to adopt the Uniform Financial Accounting and Reporting Standards for Minnesota school districts, provided in guidelines adopted by the Minnesota Department of Education. And this is aligned to the accounting methods that we do have in place, better known as UFARs in the finance department. And at the bottom of this policy 702, you can see all of the legal references in the Minnesota state statutes that are referenced within this policy. Moving on to the fourth policy, which is policy 703. This is an annual audit. We do have a current policy on file that relates to our annual, or I'm sorry, this is, I was misspoke there. This is a new policy as well. Our annual audit regarding the purpose of this policy is to provide for an annual audit of the books and records of the school district in order to comply with the law, to provide a permanent record of the financial position of the school district, and to provide guidance to the school district to correct any errors and discrepancies in its practice. And again, the annual audit does reference state statutes and is in alignment with Minnesota state statutes. And I won't read all of the policies word for word. They are available in your packet, but at this time, we would request any type of input or comments can be shared with the board, the working group chair, and I see we have a couple of questions already.
Director Riley.
Thank you. Policy number 701, right away at the beginning, if you go to implementation under 4C, the superintendent or the superintendent's designee is authorized to make payments of claims or salaries authorized by the adopted or amended budget prior to school board approval. Is there a way that we don't have conflict between the policies we have on file, like 721 is at point 1 that we just put into place? Can there be some language added to that that reflects that policy so there isn't confusion?
Thank you. Yes, that's a good comment, and we'll make sure that we take a look at that.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you. And I am thrilled to see these policies be added. I'm not sure why we didn't have them before, but I would just like to call everyone's attention to the 703, which is based on Minnesota Statute Chapter 6 for state auditor, Minnesota Statute 123B.02 for school district powers, Minnesota Statute 123B.09 for school board powers, Statute 123B.14 subdivision 7 duties of school board clerk, 123B.77 subdivisions 2 and 3 audited financial statements. Item G says the administration shall report to the school board regarding any actions necessary to correct any deficiencies or exceptions noted in the audit. Since 2019, I have been asking for the corrective actions associated with the 4 findings that we had. I was not asking how the findings happened, but literally since 2019, I have asked for the corrective actions put in place, and I'm still waiting. I understand that people are working on it, but that is important to me, even though I've been told that I'm not allowed to bring anything, add anything to the agenda on the finance committee, which I'm a member of. But I just wanted the public to be aware that I am still pursuing it. And when I do eventually get an answer, which I hope won't be longer than the 1.5 years that it's already taken, I will share that. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on that? All right, thank you, Dr. Cherry, for presenting on that.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. And just a reminder, this is our first reading, and so we will be meeting again in the policy working group and reviewing any comments that are provided from school board members or the public. If there are comments, please do address those to Director Hockert as the chair of the policy working group and myself. On behalf of administration, we will review those and bring them back for a second reading at the next board meeting.
Great, thank you very much. All right, the next item under reports is student achievement update, and that is Dr. Cherry as well.
Thank you again, Chair Petrie, members of the board. I'm very excited to be talking about student achievement. As we relate to student achievement, student learning, student performance, and really the performance of our school district. We have had a lot of questions about how are our students doing and how are we doing in the midst of this pandemic. And so the presentation this evening is providing an overview of information. And this is really presented at a district level, at that high level 30,000 foot view of how we're doing. So we'll provide an overview of our assessment and testing process in our district. We will be taking a look at COVID's impacts on measuring and analyzing student achievement. And then we will be reviewing some student performance indicators, information that we have about literacy, math, and career and college readiness, and those indicators and how they show up for us in the 2019-2020 school year as compared to the current year. This is an overview of the variety of assessments that are available that we utilize in the school district. These are district-wide assessments. Of course, this is not every test that student ever takes in their educational career. We know there are many tests that are delivered in the classroom, and teachers use formative and summative assessments on a regular basis in order to determine how students are doing and how to shape instruction to ensure that every student's learning needs are being met. This is an overview of the district level assessments that are provided. The first on the list is the access test or the alternate access. This is a test that is provided for our English language learners. Approximately 2.8% of our students in the district are ELs and take these tests. It monitors English learners' progress as they develop acquisition of academic language skills. And there are separate tests in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. This is provided for students each year as they are identified as an English language learner, and students must reach a certain level of proficiency in academic language before they exit out of EL services. Second one on the list here is an AccuPlacer, and this is an optional. It's offered for a free. It is, for a fee. It's a math, reading, and writing placement exam for community college offered to students in grades 11 and 12. The third item on the list here is the ACT plus writing for students in 11th grade. This is the ACT. When you hear the ACT, this is what that is. It measures a student's academic, college, and career readiness in the areas of English, math, science, reading, writing. Scores here are reported to students directly from ACT, and those are available about a month and a half to 2 months after a student takes the test. Advanced placement tests are specifically for students who take AP classes. They're optional tests. They are based upon college level courses taught at the high school. Students taking the AP exams are charged a fee that's set by the College Board. We utilize the benchmark assessment system in grades K through 5. And these assessments are for early reading and math skills, which given primarily to our elementary students to help us monitor progress toward reading success and mastery of numeracy skills. The test is given in the fall and the spring in students in elementary schools. The nice thing about these tests is their results are available immediately to teachers. And so this helps us inform our instruction, and the data is shared with families and students at our conferences. The next one on the list there is the COGAT, or the Cognitive Abilities Test. This is given to all students in grade 3 each fall. This is a test that we use as an identifier for gifted and talented services, but it's helpful for identifying the strengths of all of our students. And a lot of these strengths are not always revealed in other achievement tests. So this is a very different test, but it assesses students' abilities in reasoning and problem solving using verbal, quantitative, nonverbal, spatial symbols. And scores are shared with families in early December. Another elementary test that is used for all students is a screening assessment for early reading and math skills. It's the FAST Bridge, and it's given to monitor progress towards reading success. Again, mastery of numeracy skills. And the nice thing about these results is they're available immediately. So we can use these right away for instructional purposes to modify instruction. And so we know right away what students need. And here the data, again, shared with students and families and during conferences. The next one is the one that we hear a lot about, the Minnesota Comprehensive Assessments, or the MCAs. The MCAs are mandated tests. They are mandated by the state of Minnesota, which are used for our federal accountability measures. So it's required under our Every Student Succeeds Act. And the MCAs help schools and districts measure student progress toward the state's academic standards. It measures how well the curriculum and the daily instruction are being aligned to the academic standards. And the MCAs are a great way for us as a district to understand if all of our students are being provided an equitable education. At a broad level, we are able to disaggregate this data by student group and really dig into how are we meeting the needs of a variety of different student groups. The math test is given to students in grades 3 through 8 and grade 11. The reading test is given to students in grades 3 through 8 and grade 10. And the science test is given to students in grades 3, 5, 8, and then once in high school. The hard thing about the MCAs is we do not get the data on this until the school year is practically over. We receive preliminary scores typically in late May, and then the final reports, the final individual student reports, are provided to schools and families in the following year in the fall. So the MCAs are a great comparison tool, but not so great if you're talking about measuring student performance and being able to respond to that information in a timely manner. Couple of new things this year, or last year rather, the NWEA measures of academic progress, or the MAP test. This is what we use now at the middle level. And this has replaced FAST Bridge for 6th through 8th grade and GATE. Our first administration was in the fall of 2019. So now we can just begin to see some trendline data for how our students are performing. And it's used to determine students' instructional level and measure their academic growth from year to year in math and reading. It's given to students in both the fall and the spring, so we can see that growth and that progression over time. The nice thing again about MAP is the results are available immediately to teachers. The pre-ACT, another new one for us. This one is given to students in grade 10, and this assesses the student's readiness for the ACT. It really simulates ACT testing experiences for students in the areas of English, math, reading, and science. And the reporting includes both academic and career indicators. Again, it's provided to students in grades 10. This one replaced the test we used to give was the ACT Aspire, but what we found is that the pre-ACT was more in alignment with the ACT that is used in 11th grade. And then finally, the preliminary or the PSAT, the preliminary scholastic aptitude test. This measures course readiness in reading, writing, language, and math. It helps determine readiness for the SAT. And this is provided to students in grades 10 and 11. It's optional and it is offered for a fee. And it's used to identify our national merit scholars. And so as you can see, there are a lot of assessments that we provide in our district to help us understand how our students are doing. As you look at what do we know today in terms of those standardized tests, and we've had a huge impact on what we know based on COVID. COVID's had a huge impact on testing. The state level and our statewide testing, our MCAs and our MTES were canceled in 2020. The access test was also canceled in 2020. And then as a result of that, we have no assessment data from 2019, 2020, which we would typically use to help us set goals for the next year, which would have been this year. As we look at MCAs for this year, we are in a place now where we have students who are learning from home. We have students who are learning in school. We also are experiencing students who are absent from school more frequently due to COVID-related reasons. And this has really had an impact and will continue to have an impact through the end of the school year on the ability for us to offer this test for all students in our schools. On-site is the only way that we can offer these tests. Even though they are electronic, they are taken on the computer. A student physically has to be at school to take the test. And so because of that, we imagine that the way that we use these, the results from the 2021 testing season is going to be limited. If you look at our district-wide testing, spring of 2020, that was when we went into emergency distance learning. The fast bridge assessments were not administered in the spring assessment for K-5. The ACT that was supposed to happen in the spring of 2020 was delayed until this fall. And then the AP exams or the AP tests were only partially administered last spring. So let's dig into some of the data that we do have and take a look at how we're doing pre-pandemic and then to the current day. Looking at literacy at the elementary level, our early reading assessment is what we use in grades K through 1. In the fall of 2019, 66% of our students were at or above our grade level benchmark. And then in the winter, we saw a dip. And historically, we do see a bit of a dip between fall and winter. These are two different assessments. They ask students to really ramp up in what we're demanding of them. And so we do see a lower percentage of our students who are scoring at or above the grade level benchmark in the winter. Now, comparing that to what has happened this year, in the fall of 2020, we had students who were learning from home. We had students who were learning on site in a hybrid model when we were taking this test. And 61% of our students scored at or above the grade level benchmark. Now looking at the students in grades 2 through 5, in A reading, 72% of our students were at or above the grade level benchmark. Moving into winter, the same thing here with this assessment. In winter, it progresses. And so the test is much harder in the winter, and 69% of our students were at or above that grade level benchmark. Looking to the next cohort of students, in the fall of 2020, 71% of our students were at or above their grade level benchmark in grades 2 through 5. And so we didn't see that progression, that much of a dip in grades 2 through 5, as we did in our K1 group. Moving on to math, earlier math grades K through 1 in the fall of 2019, 76% of our students were at or above the grade level benchmark. Looking at winter, there was that dip also in math. Again, the test gets harder. And so that actually is pretty, we've seen that trend over time, is that there is a dip from fall to winter. But then looking at this new cohort of students this fall, they were on par with where our students were in the fall of 2019. Looking at grades 2 through 5 in math, we saw that in the fall of 2019, 78% of our students were at or above the grade level benchmark. 76% of our students then in the winter of 2020, moving into the fall of 2020, 74% of our students were at or above that grade level benchmark. So we did see that decrease. We also have information from winter of 2021 on for grades 2 through 5. And this is where we saw that dip again. And notice it was a 2% decline in 2020 to 2021. And it was a 2% decline from 19 to 20. And so we're not seeing a significantly different, vastly different impact based on COVID, but we are still seeing comparable results. Moving into middle school, looking at literacy. Here again, we use the NWA map for reading. This measures growth. This was a new administration in 2019. Something to know about the MAP tests is these are adaptive. So a student is presented with more challenging questions as a student answers questions correctly. And that helps really pinpoint each student's instructional level. The MAP is highly predictive of the MCA. And the nice thing again about the MAP is that the results are immediate and they're designed to measure growth so that we can use these to really pinpoint that individual student instructional level. At the 6th grade level, this was our first implementation or our first administration. The mean RIT score here was 218.6. Moving into the spring for the 6th grade, bumped up to 220.7. Now I want you to put your eyes down on the next row for 7th grade because you can follow that cohort of students from grade 6 in 2019 to spring 2020 into fall of 2020 as 7th graders. Notice that you went from 220.7 to 221.8. So even with the pandemic, there was still growth that was happening. The other thing to point out is that the national norm RIT score for students in 6th grade, I'll just go back up to the 6th grade level here. The national norm is 210.17. So our students are scoring above that national norm. At the 7th grade level, I gave you the end result of fall of 2020, but if you look back on fall of 2019, we were at 221.3 for the mean score in the district of our 7th graders, moving to spring of 223.7. And then you dip down to the 8th grade year, and here you're seeing the mean RIT score of 224.6. Again, above the national norm of 218.01. And so this helps you understand where our students are at in terms of their growth in reading at the middle level. We do not yet have data available for spring, but that will be available shortly. Moving on to math achievement at the middle school level. Again, we use the NWA. This is the map in math. And here you can see our fall scores pre-pandemic. Fall of 2019, 224.2 is the mean RIT score in 6th grade. Moving into the spring, there was some growth here to 229. And then we're not seeing such great things when we're looking at what happens to this cohort the next year as 7th graders. They went from 229 in 6th grade in the spring of 2020 to 227.4 in the fall. So we had a dip, we went backwards. And that's something that we need to be addressing. This is then looking at that same trend line in 7th grade math. The mean RIT score went from 232 to 234, so we saw that growth. And then we saw the dip in the fall of 2020, down to 228. And this is the time in fall of 2020 where we were in a hybrid. We were in distance. This was that flipping of learning models and a lot of disruption for our middle school students. Another thing just to note is the national norms are here for your review as well. Our middle school students are scoring above the norms in math, but still, as you can see, we have some work to do. Looking at high school, moving on to high school, what do we know about achievement at the high school level? One way we can tell how our students are doing is in terms of course completion. The percentage of students who are earning credit in all of their courses. Sometimes we like to talk about this in education as course failures or number of course failures. And we really want to pay attention to student success. So this is when students are passing all of their courses. In the fall of 2019, we were seeing astounding, very excellent results in terms of our students' success and their performance in their coursework. At the 9th grade level, we had 98.2% of our students in the fall who passed all of their courses, and 90.5 at the 10th grade level, 88.8 at the 11th grade level, and 93.6 at the 12th grade level. This is phenomenal. Now look at how to compare that to the fall of 2020. The other thing that you'll see here is the total number of students that were in each one of those grade levels. One thing that I think it's helpful to see is that we actually have more students in school completing courses in school in the fall of 2020 than we did in the fall of 2019. So I know we've had a lot of talk about enrollment and who's in school. We actually had more students at our high school in the fall of 2020. Now, if you look at the percentage of students who are passing all of their courses and earning credit, we saw a dip. We definitely saw a dip here. What we saw is a bounce back to pre-bar days. This was before we had bar in our schools. We had very similar course completion rates. And note that in the fall of 2020, our high school students, approximately 30% of them were in distance learning. And then we had students who were in hybrid. And so there was a lot of disruption in the learning model that was going on at that time. Moving on to college and career readiness. This is one of those standardized benchmarks. This is something that can really help us understand how our students are doing and how they compare to students at the national level. Our pre-ACT scores in grades 10, the Stillwater average in 2019 was 19.9. And Stillwater average in 2020, which again is a new cohort of students, but now it's jumped up to 20.3. That is above the national average of 19.6. As we look at our ACT scores, which is a score that we look in terms of college readiness right here. The average Stillwater score of a 12th grader in 2019 was 23.1. And in 2020, we're seeing comparable results. and as compared to the national average of 20.6. If we look at the ACT, just in Minnesota, our state average for the class of 2020 is 21.3. And so our students, our Stillwater students are performing very, very well. Moving on, the Minnesota report card is available where we can really dig into a lot of wonderful data and compare our district and how our students are doing compared to peers across the state. We can look at a variety of different types of data, and we can sort and filter that data by school, by test type, by grade level, by student demographic information. And the link is provided here in the slideshow. This is also on our district's website for assessment information, and I would welcome our community members who have interest in digging into that level of detail to utilize this site. It's just a wealth of information. So again, I tried to keep this information at really that high level view and provide some information about how the information we do know about student outcomes. And we would like in future school board meetings to provide some more information to the board. I would imagine that board members and community members will want additional information, such as what types of data do we have about students and how they're performing in various programs, such as AVID, or how are students doing in comparison to their peers who are English language learners? How are students performing in our gifted and talented programs? Those types of informational reports we are happy to provide, and we hope to provide those at upcoming learning sessions. Looking at updates for the board, we will be coming to you again with a curriculum update on literacy. Our Read Well by third grade plan comes to you in June, and we will have some additional information around the work we're doing to support the literacy of all of our students. QComp is another program that provides support for our instructional practices and continuous improvement. That report will come to you in June. The World's Best Workforce Advisory Committee is meeting right now. It's all about student achievement and ensuring we have student achievement in those 5 core areas that map to our strategic plan. And so we will have additional updates for you coming again later this spring and into the summer. So at this time, if there are additional things that the board would like to see, questions that you might have, although if it's extremely technical, I might have to come back to you, but I'd be happy to answer questions that you may have for me now.
Thank you, Dr. Jerry. Appreciate that report. Director Weisberg.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Cherry, for that. I know it was difficult with the limited information that we could get with this crazy year, but I really do appreciate that. And I'm very excited to see when we actually do get some data, what it shows us. One of the questions that I had on the very first couple of slides, I think it said this was only available for students who had intervention or requested by teachers. So what percentage of students do you think was involved in those elementary tests?
That's a very small percentage, and thank you, Director Weisberg, for that question. That is specific to the early math at K1 is the asterisk that you were asking about, and it goes back to our intervention model. And we had, at that time in the winter of 2021, we had a very small percentage of our students who were in intervention services at that time. And so moving into next year, we would look at continuing to provide that assessment in the winter as well to all of our K1 students.
Okay. It wasn't the same asterisk on both slides. So was it a small, just a relatively small percentage for all the elementary testing that was done?
It was only for the students in K and 1. We had the literacy and the math scores for grades 2 through 5. It was the K1 students where we only tested intervention students.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Hockert.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. And thank you, Dr. Cherry, for that comprehensive, well, as comprehensive as possible information. A couple of things just stood out to me. I am super encouraged by at least the little bit of numbers that we do have coming in. And to me, it's just a testament of the strength of our staff and the dedication of our teachers to get through our pandemic with minimal slips, and if not even slips in some areas. And I just kind of had one question going to that middle school math achievement where there was that teeny little dip. I'm wondering if the administration has any kind of preliminary thoughts. My initial thought right away is when was our last curriculum update for our math curriculum? And is that kind of possibly factoring into maybe not as much of a consistent line in the math department?
That's a great question, and I don't know off the top of my head when our last math curriculum update was, but it is on our schedule for review. And we are taking a look at that right now as our teaching teams and reviewing what is it that we need to do? What do we need to do for each student? What do we need to do in terms of catch up? Because we did see that dip, and that is the core area of what we're looking at right now.
Okay, I'm going to go to Director Sherman, and then I'm going to go to Director Riley after that, so you don't need to keep your hand up. Director Sherman.
So when I was looking at this, I mean, first, I was kind of, I think we all were expecting worse numbers than what with the pandemic and with the year that we've had. It's been a crazy year for staff and students and families. I know I was at I think what I'm hearing is that a lot of the dips that we're experiencing from the pandemic, they're more math concentrated. I mean, there are some in the literacy, but they're more math concentrated. So that doesn't really surprise me based on what I've been hearing. One thing I had is, are there assessment tools? I'm trying to look ahead. And again, even thinking about the levy and thinking about what we need to do to better serve our students and families. Are there assessment tools that we don't have that you as a staff think we should have? That you would, for example, one thing I noted was that some of the high school assessment tools are paid exams. And so I was just kind of wondering, I guess I'm just wondering if that's an issue, if that skews results because it's paid. And again, just are there gaps in assessment tools that you would like to see the board support?
That's a great question, Director Sherman. And I am sure that if I were to ask that question of our district assessment coordinator, Dr. Marcy, Levy McGuire, she would tell me that we need a lot. But the truth of the matter is we have made some adjustments over time. And as you look at, we have been able to adjust things. So we went from the fast bridge where our students were actually outperforming the test at the middle level and in the GATE program to MAP. And so we did make that switch in 2019. The same for the ACT Aspire. We were seeing that the pre-ACT was better in alignment with the ACT, and so we made that adjustment and made that switch. As we look at assessments that would be more helpful, again, it's aligned to the curriculum. It's being able to have the time for teachers to meet in PLCs and review the data and be able to adjust their curriculum. It's about the time. I would say, just from my perspective, we have a comprehensive assessment tool set right now.
So just to clarify, that that would that time for staff to review the raw data and look at those trends, that's time that requires professional development dollars.
Correct.
Because they have to be out of the class, or I'm assuming that it's not something that can be done in a prep period.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll jump in. You know, for example, we used to have time years ago for an early release or late. It was late start. It was early release in my other district. Late start. Once a week where teachers could come together and do that planning, the PLC time. So another example is the teachers or staff that are still receiving or have had the C day on Fridays. We hear continually from teachers how valuable that time has been to come together and do planning and review student data, go through the MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support review to best meet the needs of our students. So we do hear how valuable that time is together.
And then just really quick, I know you're probably going to talk about the paid.
Add one more thing beyond just differences of schedules is the time that we have set aside for data days or just digging into the data is absolutely essential. It is time for our teachers to really understand what these assessments are telling us and how we use that information to improve the instruction. This is something as, you know, as a parent, I want to know what does that FAST test actually mean, right? I get my individual student score and I can see how that compares to other students in the district and how it compares to other students across the nation. But what is that? Tell me what that means. And our teachers really need to be extremely fluent in their own understanding, but also how they're conveying that information to parents. So the time is just essential to be able to have that professional development and growth, to understand the assessments, what the data actually means, and then how to work together to improve the instruction for our students.
Director Riley.
Thank you. Okay, so first question, AccuPlacer, we don't deliver that here at the district, and do we have access to those results?
So AccuPlacer is optional. It's offered for a fee. It's a placement test to see if a student's really ready for that coursework at the community college level. And tell me your other question that you had, Tina.
Do we have access to the results of those?
It goes directly to the students.
So then the information we would have would be voluntary from the student?
No, we would have, we do have the summative data. We can get access to the summative data.
Okay. And the other thing I kind of want to press on a little bit, you know, we had the open forum speaker about the fail rates, and I might be covering my microphone, so I'm not sure if I'm very easy to hear. I think it would be important to know those numbers. I would like to see those numbers, and the reason being is that I think that it helps give us a better understanding of the impacts of COVID and what it's done to our students. And those class fail rates actually may have an impact on the graduation and moving forward. So given that, I would like to see that data and what are we going to do with all of this? How are we going to move forward? How are we going to overcome how everything has been set back? I know we've been declining before COVID, and so now we've kind of been hit hard a little bit with the impacts of this. So that's kind of what I want to know is what approach are we going to be taking?
Dr. Cherry or Superintendent Lansfeld, do one of you want to answer that?
I can jump in. The first start is the summer programming that we will be offering with outside entities. Most districts are doing that with some of the funding that's coming from our state that was just approved. We are also looking at our levy renewal, and with that, we know that the interventions and programming would like to try and expand that. So that's a start. Looking at all the data that we're pulling together, it goes back to the MTSS process and getting together to review that data to see what students need and what barriers need to be removed as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add one thing? I'm sorry, I didn't respond in the moment. I was seeing that as Director Riley wanted the data. But the other intervention or the support that we have for our students is we do have credit recovery that's offered over the summer that's attached to our ALC. And so that programming is available for our students, and we are continuing to register students for those courses.
And Director Riley, I do believe that the high school, the secondary schools, they are starting to calculate failure rates, but we are transitioning to new student systems, and we will have that data. We just don't have all of it right now, but that is important data, and we want to share that with the public.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're up in front of it for our families, so our kids and our parents aren't caught off guard at the end trying to scramble at the final hour.
Thank you. I'm going to go next to Director Hockert, and then I will go to Director Sherman, and then to Director Onken. Director Hockert.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I guess kind of one connection I made going right off Director Riley's concerns about the failure rates. I was also a little alarmed at kind of the drop-in rates, and your mention of that we've returned to pre-bar days kind of stuck with me. And it seems like we've kind of had a forced case study almost on how well our socio-emotional learning programs are actually helping our kids or not helping our kids in a pandemic. So I'm just kind of even more interested in, are we continuing those programs? Will they be up and running? I mean, I'm assuming they are, but is there funding to keep those going? Since I think that unofficially this kind of is data pointing in the direction that they're working.
Yeah, I'm actually very, very proud, although we did see a dip and that is a concern. I'm proud of where we are. I think our data is actually better than we may have anticipated. As we all read the news reports earlier this year, we have 50% of students failing their classes, 40% of their students failing their, our rates of failure are nowhere near that. Our students are actually performing quite well. What we didn't provide in that number is that was students who passed all of their classes. What we didn't dig into, and I think what Director Riley is really getting at when she's asking that question about wanting to know, dig into the data, is which students have failed courses that are required for graduation, right? So that's where we're really concerned about those essential courses and ensuring that all of our students are on track to graduate. And we do have our BAR program that continues to be in place and has done excellent work, amazing reach out in connecting students and ensuring students are receiving support to continue to engage in school through this very tumultuous year. So actually, I'm very proud of the work that our high school has done in terms of reaching out and supporting our students.
Director Sherman. You are on mute.
Sorry, twice tonight. So I have a few questions, but I know Director Onken wants to go too. So I'll limit it to my first question, which is, do any of these results, are they going to impact, change, help design our summer school initiatives?
So we actually have used this information to identify students for summer school and summer success. And we are currently offering that program. We anticipate we will be receiving additional dollars from the state to fund additional summer programming. And we at this time are reaching out to partner with additional entities to provide additional programming to meet those students' needs.
Director Onken.
Yeah, it's really just more of a comment. It's something to think about, as far as when you talk to parents and stuff is, just make sure they and their students are talking to their counselors at the high school. And so they do know where they're at. One of the nice things, nice or not, is that the minimum graduation requirement, I do believe, is 43 credits. Is that correct, Dr. Cherry? Okay. If your student takes a full load every year, they're going to end up with well over that by the time they graduate. And so the nice thing is that, in a crazy year like we've had this last year, some of those core classes even could be re-added into a student's schedule to make that up. I love transcripts and I love numbers. I work with that all day long. And so I see them from all different schools. And, we work a lot with District 622. And I'm talking back and forth with counselors about, kid doesn't need that credit anymore. We're going to add that back into their schedule. So that does happen, but you do have to advocate for yourself. And, in a building of over 2,700 kids, some can get lost in the cracks a little bit. So I would encourage parents and students to make sure that you are advocating, talking to your counselors and seeing, hey, can I add that back in? Can I add that art class back in? Can I add that math class back in next year? So just a comment.
Thank you. I just had a question. Bar has been mentioned a couple of times now in terms of the dip in the high school scores. What happened with Bar this year? Was it not being delivered at all? I mean, what was happening with Bar?
Oh, I'm sorry if I phrased that incorrectly. BAR absolutely is still being utilized and implemented. We began with the BAR program in the 9th grade, brought it in 10th grade. And so absolutely still in place. And I attribute a lot of the success that we have seen to the BAR program. When I said pre-BAR days, I mean, before we had BAR implemented, this is what our rates of students who were not meeting the credit requirements or not passing all of their courses and receiving credits. So what we see in this year's data in the fall of 2020 is very similar to what we had in place 5+ years ago before BAR was in place.
Okay.
So what we see, what I would attribute this dip to is absolutely a COVID response. And if we did not have BAR in place, I would imagine those numbers would look even worse.
Thank you. Director Sherman.
Dr. Cherry, I'm just curious on the assessments that are offered for a fee. Do we have an ability to help families who want the assessments, can't maybe afford? Is there a sliding? How does that work for families just in terms of the equity of those assessments?
So as rounds of budget cuts have come in from year to year, I know that there has been an increasing cost to families who do choose to have their students take these types of assessments. That is kind of ticked up over time in terms of student fees for testing. If we have a student who has a financial need, we will find the funds to support the students' costs of taking those tests.
Director Onken.
And like the ACT, if students qualify for free reduced lunch, there is a waiver for that. So that is built in if they filled out the paperwork. So there is not something like that for the AccuPlacer that I'm aware of. But oftentimes colleges, like if a student applies to go to Century or St. Paul College, something like that, sometimes they will waive those fees.
Okay, thank you. Director Sherman.
I can just finish my few questions here. One was, do we track, and I know this would be a future meeting, but do we ever track our preschool, our district's preschool, and do we follow them through kind of their early learning days at least, and just kind of understand a little bit more about how they're scoring and how that, transition from preschool to our K1-2 works? That would be kind of interesting to look at, I think.
I think Melinda wants to answer.
Yeah, well, we've just started collaborating more and more with the preschool programming and the elementary programming, and they are really working together. And so the elementary schools are now receiving all of the information from the assessments that the preschool's doing if the students attend our district preschool. And it's a really nice transition with support that's happening. And that's really increased over the last few years because we see how valuable that has been to support our children. But that would be only for the preschool students that are within our district.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions on this topic? Director Weisberg.
Thank you. And this is not really this topic, but it's related to the ultimate student achievement update, which is graduation. And I know that people talked about this earlier, and we got an email early, a hopeful email earlier in the week saying that we needed to send our height for robes. So is there any way we can just quickly talk about, I know that it's still in the planning and we're being optimistic, but what we are talking about so families can make plans?
Yeah, it's in the works, and Principal Bach has some different options, whether we do it inside where it's usually been done, or we try and do it outside at our Pony Stadium. But Principal Bach really wants to have student input, and we'll be inviting students to come in to see what they want. And depending on the venue that you hold the graduation at, it determines the amount of tickets or seats for families at graduation, and then how many sessions we have. Do we have, one session's probably too many people? Do we divide it up into 4 different groups? What do we do? So he and his team at the high school have put in a lot of time. They do have options, some great plans, but they really would like to have some student input on that.
And I think the student report earlier said that people that are interested in that need to have it turned in by April 11th. Is that right? Thank you.
That's what they're saying. Yes, and just to let families know, they are putting a lot of time and effort into this, but they don't want to make a decision really soon and then have things change so fast, because every day we turn around, we're learning more about the COVID cases. They changed the guidelines on us. They changed the physical distancing on us. So we're really trying to be cognizant of all of the factors to make the best decision so we don't say something and then have to change again. And we know that's very frustrating to families, but they're really putting a lot of effort into that. And I believe it will be a really nice event for the students and their families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to the action items on our agenda. The first one is in-person board meeting update. And John Perry.
And I'm back for that one as well. I'm just going to kick us off here in terms of the information that we're coming to you this evening with the in-person board meeting information we shared last meeting. We're at the point now where we're ready to make a recommendation and seek action. And so Director Perry is going to give us just a recap on the pieces of information, and we will work from there.
All right. Well, thank you for having me back here. We talked a little bit about this at our last board meeting, and this chart here should be familiar. So this is our options for in-person board meetings. What I believe we heard at the last meeting was primarily interest in this option in the middle. And so that's what we as administration would recommend to the board, is that we go to this in-person board meeting with the board members and the administration attending at the Oak Park location. And for the time being, keep open forum to attend through Zoom. And the audience can view the board meeting on YouTube or local cable as we currently broadcast. The one issue that I believe was brought up in regards to in-person was about the lighting at the building. And so we've taken a preliminary look at that. There are, if I'm getting this right, 10 wall pack lights at the school. So those are the lights that actually sit on the sides of buildings, and they provide a small area of light around the skirt of the building itself. And that's mostly adequate in front of the building, but then that light falls off as you get out to the sidewalk, which takes you to the parking lot. And then the majority area of the parking lot doesn't have any direct light on it. So in order to improve that lighting, there's two options we can look at. We can look at replacing the wall pack lighting with something that has a larger radius on it. And then if we really need to add more light, then we have to look at going to pole lights, which would be significantly more expensive. And so we're going to continue exploring those options to bring back what's possible to the board and look for more direction on what we might do with that lighting. That's probably the limit of the questions I can answer in regards to lighting, but if you have any more, ask them and we'll go back and get you guys more information. So with that, I'll leave it to the board to discuss and ask questions and determine how you want to move forward with your meetings.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion? Director Sherman.
I'd like to make a motion supporting administration's recommendation that we move to Oak Park socially distanced in-person meetings with kind of the caveat that we don't start with a public audience and that we work that in depending on, you know, COVID updates and things like that. We can address that. And I don't know what date. I don't know what date you're comfortable with. But at the soonest available date possible.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. We can have the space ready for you by May 13th.
Okay, so May 3rd, meetings after May 13th.
Okay.
On May 13th and beyond, yes.
Okay, on May 13th.
Is there a second? Director Arnken. Okay, discussion. Director Riley.
Thanks. So we don't have a cost as to what it's going to cost to move meetings back over there, correct?
I don't have any cost on the lighting at this time. We have added or are in the process of adding additional microphones to meet social distancing requirements or physical distancing requirements so that student board members and administration aren't sharing mics. The cost on that is about $4,400 in parts, if memory serves me, and then installation will probably be in that same neighborhood.
Okay, are these going to be, actually a couple of things. So what happens then if a board member is not able to make the meeting? Do we have extra available lines to wire them in or no?
I would say based on the current technology at the facility, we have the ability to zoom in one connection. And under this model, that connection would mostly be reserved for open forum. We could combine on that connection a board member and open forum, and they would be on the same display for that period of time. But we don't currently have what we would need to bring in multiple separate Zoom connections.
Okay, I'll let someone else go.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you. And are we thinking this is just a temporary solution? I know that when I had asked why this wouldn't be possible at City Hall, it's because we can't socially distance enough, just even with, you know, limited board members and administration, which I understand. But are we thinking this is just a temporary move, or is this going to be the new place to have meetings? Because it was, to me, a much better solution at City Hall. So I could support this if I thought it was temporary, but not if it was a permanent thing.
I think at this time we would recommend reevaluating as we move along. This would be the first step in in-person meetings. As we look at, there are so many things that are changing right now, and we'll learn. We won't be able to, at least we're not recommending having an audience at this time. Again, so we can just control the number of people in the room and the placement. But along with that, in doing an evaluation again as we move a little bit further along, we would anticipate that the board would have additional input for a long-term place for board meetings.
Yes, and I would just add, Director Weisberg, that there's nothing in this motion right now to indicate that this is permanent. And it seems to me that, you know, what this gives us is an opportunity to get back into in-person meetings safely. And then while we are there, we can evaluate how things are going and then, you know, decide what is going to happen in the future. But I don't see anything in this motion that indicates that this is going to be a permanent move. All right, Director Onken.
Just a comment. I live about a block and a half from Oak Park Heights, and I walk by there every morning at about 5 o'clock, and it's lit up like a Christmas tree. Now, I'm not a lighting technician, so I don't know how much light is required, but it is quite bright over there. I understand that I'm a male, so it's going to be a little bit different for me than it is going to be for other people. But it certainly seems like the lighting is sufficient for the outside anyway.
Director Weisberg.
Thanks. And I just wanted to comment on that, Director Onken. I've been to a lot of meetings there that went late at night when it was dark, and the parking lot and the walk to the parking lot is not at all well lit. So I understand there's lights close to the building, but it's very hard to see what you're doing when you're walking, especially, I know it's not winter time right now, but that was an issue. There were icy spots and you couldn't really see them because the parking lot lights were not sufficient. So I think that's what we were talking about. I just wanted to clarify that.
Director Sherman.
If there are no further comments, I'd like to call the question.
Doesn't look like there are. Okay, Joan, can you please take the roll?
Director Hockert?
Yes.
Director Onken?
Yes.
Director Porbeni?
Yes.
Director Riley?
No, I don't think we can, we're ready at this time with the additional costs.
Director Sherman?
Yes.
Director Weisberg?
Yes.
Chair Petrie?
Yes.
You have a 6-1 vote. Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next two items. The first one is custodial employees master contract, and the next one is principal master contract. Cindy Gustafson.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Petrie, and good evening to all of the board members. Thank you for having me tonight. My first agenda item is to ask for your approval of the 2019-2021 custodial contract. Our custodians are represented by Local 70. We had a total of 5 meetings, and I do want to thank those that served on the committee: Ken Wyken from Local 70, Travis Eslaxon and Jim Runk from Stillwater, and Vanessa Norby from our business office. We were able to reach an agreement that is within board parameters, and so I'm here tonight to seek your approval of their new contract. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Director Riley.
I guess I was anticipating seeing a contract. I don't have any information. I don't know what I'm voting on right now. It said that information regarding the updates will be provided to the board, but I don't know what I'm voting on. I don't know what the dollar amount is. I don't know anything.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It was a 0% in the first year, 4.2% in the second year, insurance at 85% and 15%.
Any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve this contract? Director Porbeni, is there a second? Director Hockert. All right, if there's no further comment or questions, Joan, can you call the roll?
Director Hockert?
Yes.
Director Onken?
Yes.
Director Porbeni?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
Yes.
Chair Petrie.
Yes,
You have a unanimous vote.
thank you. All right, moving on to the principal master contract. Cindy?
Yep, absolutely. This committee met 4 times, and this group is represented by the Stillwater Principals Association. Committee members that I would like to thank for their hard work on this contract include the principal's consultant, Roger Aronson, principals Andy Fields, Shelley Fernetton, Heather Nelson, and representing the district along with myself was Dr. Cherry. Thank you very much to everyone for all that they did to get this done. In terms of the contract, it was within board parameters, 0% in the first year, 4.2% in the second year, and a split on insurance of 85-15 for both years. And so I would ask if there are any questions and also seek your approval of the principal's master contract.
Can I get a motion to approve this contract? Director Onken, is there a second? Director Sherman. All right, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll ask Joan to call the roll.
Director Hackert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg, and Chair Petrie.
Yes,
You have a unanimous vote.
thank you. All right, moving on to our final action item of the night, Brookview Elementary expansion. Superintendent.
Chair Petrie and board directors, at the March 25th, 2021 work session, administration recommended the school board approve an expansion of update classrooms at Brookview Elementary School. The expansion would provide space to address new housing development in the area, which is occurring faster than originally planned by city officials. Administration is recommending the board take action for resolution providing for the issuance and sale of certificates of participation for the expansion of Brookview Elementary not to exceed 7.25 million.
Okay, can I get a motion to recommend the action from the superintendent? And I believe that there was a resolution to accept a resolution that was in it. Okay, Director Hackert, I think you had your hand up first. Director Sherman, would you like to second? Okay, great. So we have a motion in a second. Is there a discussion? Director Weisberg.
Go ahead.
No?
I'll let somebody else go first. Go ahead.
Anyone else? Director Weisberg, you may be the only one.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that we talked about in our training this week was to hold these things up to say what color we are and why we're making a decision. I'm holding this up. I am the only red on our team. And if I look at the wheel correctly, it needs all parts to not have a flat tire. And maybe this will help people understand a little bit where I'm coming from. One of the things on our training said, I value truth in the form of fact. I'm going to hold this up, which I've read before. This was what we were told in 2015. The reality is, even if Marine, Oak Park, and Withrow were closed, we would have room in our remaining schools for more than 4,000 students. I don't think we have more than 4,000 students right now, but we are being told that it's being suggested to us that without asking the public, that we add more money to the newest school we have. And we're calling that equity somehow. So if we were told in 2015 that we had room for 4,000 students, and now we're told that without asking our taxpayers, we are going to tax them for capacity that now we're saying we don't have, both things can't be true. And as a red, that's why I have a problem with this. And I'm very tired of being told move on, forget about it. We are now going back to old ways in this district where questionings are bad. I'm not allowed to add things to the finance agenda. I was even told in an email, I shouldn't have to ferret out, ask administration to ferret out what happened with what procedures were put in place to prevent our audit findings. We're going backwards. And I was really hopeful that we could find a way to work together. But if we're putting this forward before the needs of everybody else, and I believe Director Sherman said in our last meeting that there was going to be some trickle down benefit to other students in other schools that aren't going to get anything. I have a really hard time with that. And we're about to go into a levy and a bond where we're going to ask people to trust us, but without asking them, we're going to tax them additionally for the newest building in our district. And somehow we're calling that equity. And to me, that is, that's insulting.
I will go to Director Sherman next and then Director Corbani.
So I hate when we look at individual schools. To me, this is a whole district and every student's needs are important. And we desperately need space in a high growth area. That's just the facts. If people have a problem with my vote, I'm going to support this. I'm a blue, I'm a give me the details person. And I have plenty of details and plenty of demographics and studies to show that we need this space. It's something that is a minimal cost, and it's actually more advantageous for our taxpayers to do this project now than it is to keep delaying it. So it is, for me, it is a win in the fact that the entire district gets space where we desperately need it. It's a win for our taxpayers who are going to pay less than if we wait. And that's why this funding mechanism exists. And it's also a win for staff who is telling us they desperately need this space as well. If I'm willing to take the heat, if voters, I have faith in the voters in Stillwater. If they want to have a problem with this vote that we're taking tonight, I hope that they take that out on the adults that will vote for this and not on our students who desperately need future funding in the form of revenue dollars and bond dollars. I have faith that our taxpayers will do that. So I will be voting in favor of this tonight.
I'm going to go to Director Corbani next and then Director Riley after that.
Chair Petrie, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a blue too. I think I want to start by, truthfully, I'm really, really tired. When we talk about the collective benefits of our district, we kind of nickel and dime, pick the ones that we want to cherry pick and continue with that narrative. It's very tiring. Everybody in this district pays taxes. That's number one. Everybody pays taxes. Whether it's the north, the south, east, west, everybody deserves what is best for the kids in this district. The representation and those that came up with the outcomes with respect to the strategic plan to expand Brookview were not people from Brookview. This was the community speaking. I was part of the CDT. My son goes to Lake Elmo. So expanding Brookview was a benefit to our district because of the problems that we have at Lake Elmo. Knowing fully well that we needed an expansion with the growth in this part of the district, and we keep talking about what is past. There are houses coming up both in Lake Elmo and Woodbury. And we keep talking about this was closed, this was closed, this was closed. Let's be frank, every parent wants their kids to go to school that is closest to their homes. And all we talk about is this school, when are we going to move forward? People in every part of the district pay taxes. An average home in this district is about $350,000. And we keep going back to what the past is. It is time for us to move forward. It is unfair because that keeps holding us back. It is unfair to the kids, it's unfair to the community, it is unfair to the district as a whole. We need to move forward and do what is right for our district. This is not a north or south thing. This is a collective benefit for the children of this district. So please, 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 can we focus on our kids instead of making it about the adults? Because the adults here are the ones with the problems, not the children. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Director Riley next, and then I'm going to go to Director Weisberg, Director Onken, and Director Hocker.
Thank you. Yep, everybody does pay taxes, and adults are the ones making the decisions. We have buildings right now, 2 buildings that we could fully utilize in this district that we have space. I am concerned that you are grossly misjudging the risk you are putting the future levy at. That is a huge concern for me, and I don't know that you really understand when you take from taxpayers without asking, your likelihood of them wanting to give from their hearts in generosity gets a little more hardened, especially when you've removed their abilities and their schools and their choices and anything that they had going in their families and in their communities. I think we need Brookview, the Brookview addition, the Lake Elmo, all of the things combined into one. I do not agree with the approach that we're moving here. I think it's putting our district in great harm.
Director Weisberg.
You're muted, Liz.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I agree with you, Annie, that everybody deserves the best. We all pay taxes, and that everybody wants their child to go to the school closest to their homes. The northern part of the district, which is 1/3 of the district, doesn't have that ability. And yet we call that equity to think that those children need to be on the bus for an hour to get to the nearest school to them. So I do have a problem with that. I was on the long range planning facility committee that enabled us to build Brookview. I was thrilled to be able to build it. But what I told you, what I just read, was that we were told that even closing schools, we were still going to have enough space. And we were told that Bold, we were supposed to be using our buildings efficiently. We are not using our buildings efficiently. I think that we should. When Director Riley and I suggested, could we ask the public what they would be interested in as far as a magnet school for either Oak Park, for expanding the Spanish immersion program. I don't believe it's equitable for only people in the boundaried area to be able to go to Spanish immersion. Otherwise, their parents have to drive them. We weren't even allowed to put that question on a survey. And so I can't forget about it, because what we're being asked now is that the buildings that we sold, the buildings that we emptied of students, are now going to be used to pay for the newest school. And we're putting Lake Elmo in line again. And we're saying, just wait. And we're basically telling our taxpayers, shut up. We don't even want to hear from you, because we're doing this without even asking you. We were shown a graphic about equity during Bold that showed students sitting on a box, and they were all at different levels. And what we were told was everybody needed different height boxes to see over the fence. Well, now the newest, shiniest box is going to be in only one school, not every school. So not every student is going to benefit. Lake Elmo is going to have 10 students on a box that's about to fall apart. And Withrow and Marine students and Oak Park students have no box. So the fact that we're doing this without asking taxpayers and calling this equity, to me, is insulting.
I'm going to go to Director Onken next, and then Director Hockert, and then Director Corbani, and then Director Sherman. Okay, so Director Onken.
So we are here representing our community. The CDT was representative of the community. I don't know how many people were on the CDT. I'm sure somebody else could bring that number up. but I believe it was a number of people from around the district, north to south. One of the biggest recommendations was that we add these rooms on to Brookview. This is something that could have been done a while back, and it wasn't, and that's fine. But we have the opportunity to do it now. It needs to be done. We have, yes, in the northern third of our district, we do not have as many students there. We have openings at Rutherford. We have openings at Stonebridge. It would not make sense to open up Withrow at this point, unless you're going to bus kids up there or bus kids from the south up into that area. That doesn't make sense to me anyway, from a rational standpoint. We have kids that are taking or aren't even able to take art class in Brookview right now because their art rooms are being used for a regular classroom. So at least that's my understanding anyway. This needed to be done yesterday, and so we need to vote for this, and I am in support of it.
Thank you, Director Hockert.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. Going back to our meeting earlier, I'm agreeing. I'm a show me you care. That's what I came out as. And kind of thinking about this and all the people who are going to be impacted, and knowing the families at Brookview and how they have had to kind of absorb the expansion and expanding enrollment in their school, and how pressed they have been. They have been dealing with this for a couple of years and been asked to deal with creative spacing and try to make do, because the expansion is needed, and yes, we support it, but wait a little longer. And it's not a necessary step to wait a little longer when we can do this right now. And quite frankly, by doing it right now, we are moving up that date, that build date, to 2022, so that they just have to survive the rest of this year and possibly next year before they can stop being asked to absorb those pressures that are happening in the South. This also would stave off more drastic boundary changes. Yes, there are going to be boundary changes even with this. I fully recognize that, but it will give some relief to Lake Elmo. It'll definitely give some relief to all the new builds that are popping up everywhere. And ultimately, taxpayer money, which let's review, is $15 per year on a $350,000 house by doing this expansion. That money is intended to go to support the community as a whole. And we need to help where we can, when we can. So for those reasons, I am definitely supporting this Brookview expansion.
Thank you, Director Corbini.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. I mean, we keep talking about 3 schools were closed. We forget Valley Crossing. We never mention the loss of Valley Crossing. It's always 3 schools were closed, 3 schools were closed, but never a mention of Valley Crossing. There were kids that also lost things here at Valley Crossing, but it's like it's always put to the back of the burner. Nobody talks about that. So it was something that had to be done all around. Let me look, if I were a parent that had a school closed, I would also be upset. It's a rational, it's in terms of the feelings that we have to these kinds of things. But I think collectively, as leaders in this community, the question now is, what do we do? The question now is, what do we do? Director Weisberg just talked about, sorry. Director Weisberg just talked about, kids taking the bus, spending about, I'm sorry. So Director Weisberg talked about, busing kids for about an hour to school. When we talk about kids that way, we talk about equity, we pick and choose when equity fits us, when it falls into our narrative, when it falls into what benefits us, but we don't look at it collectively from a district point of view. So all of a sudden we're talking about equity because we want schools, the so-called 3 schools, as we keep talking about, to open. Is there a use for those schools? Maybe. Is that something we should talk about? Probably. But the question now is, why are we always in a hurry to find a way, knowing fully well that the district in terms of resources is struggling? We're always talking now, we're talking about Spanish immersion. Oh, kids that it's not fair to have just a few kids who are able to do that, be able to go to those schools. So the question now is, Why all of a sudden we're talking about expanding Spanish immersion to those areas? I think we need to be transparent and truthful in terms of how we present these issues. There's a reason why the Spanish immersion program is at Lake Elmo. We talk about equity, right? We have the largest Spanish-speaking population in that part of the district. And now we're going to use those kids as pawn. And just because we have the ability, pull Spanish immersion from that school, move it to the school, so the benefit goes to other kids, then we have to boss, and probably the other kids may not even have the opportunities to go there. So we are only talking about things when it benefits us, particularly from our vantage point, but not as a district. You want Spanish immersion, let's move it to Oak Park. You forget why, or probably don't know why Spanish immersion is there. Then the Spanish speaking kids who have no one to support them, you take the program away. We have majority population attending the Spanish immersion because that's what you're talking about. Then the kids are left out. If they can't boss themselves, the parents drop out because they can't afford the distance. So we make all of these statements without really thinking this through. So we talk about equity now. All of a sudden, equity is important. All of a sudden, equity is important because it's to our advantage. What is the advantage for the district? That's the question. What about Valley Crossing? So we should talk about the benefit to our district collectively as a district, not as a region, not as north or south, but collectively as a district. That is my question. What is the hurry? Can we talk about programs, expanding whatever programs that we have at a later time without preventing another program from actually taking place with respect to the expansion of Brookview? Why does one have to give? Why does Brookview, the sacrifice of Brookview has to be given because you want something for you within the space that you reside in? What are we talking about? That's my question to you, because I think it's really unfair that the last board meeting, equity was crap. All of a sudden, equity is everything because now we have to use it to our advantage. I hope that we will see this a bit differently in terms of how we speak about this issue, because it's extremely hypocritical for us to speak about these things without truly being truthful and transparent as to why we say the things that we say.
Okay, I'm going to go to Director Sherman next, and then Director Onken, and then Director Weisberg. Director Sherman.
I think that between the last meeting and then this meeting, we have clearly articulated our sides and without any new arguments being made. I just would like to call the question.
Okay, calling the question is we can take a vote on this. So Joan, would you like to call the roll on calling the question?
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbenny,
Yes.
Director Riley,
No.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg.
No, and the reason is because several things were brought up tonight that are untrue, and I was just gonna go into that really quickly. But again, I think we're going back to the time where information's bad, so no.
Chair Petrie,
Yes.
you have a 5-2 vote. Motion carries.
Okay. Joan, can you, so we have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded to accept the resolution to add on to Brookview through a lease levy. Can we call the roll on that, please?
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Director Porbenny,
Yes.
Director Riley,
No.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg,
No.
Chair Petrie,
Yes.
you have a 5-2 vote. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to reports. Working group reports. Is there anything from finance and operations?
No, not today. We will be meeting this this next week.
Okay. Legislative, I just wanted to mention that just recently the House and Senate omnibus education through 12 bills all came forward, and they're now all on the table. The governor's Due North education plan and the budget proposal were released earlier in the session. So then the House and Senate bills are probably going to move to a conference committee after they pass on the floor. And they're going to have some vast differences that they're going to have to be resolved before the May 17th adjournment. There are a lot of similarities between the governor's budget proposal and the House bill. Both propose an increase to the general education basic formula. The governor is proposing an increase of 1% for the first year of the biennium and 2.5% for the next year, the biennium. The Senate bill contains no increase on the per pupil formula for either year. So we're going to be watching that and trying to see what is going to happen. That's a lot of ground to negotiate. Okay, anything from the policy committee?
Nothing new from policy. We heard our presentation tonight. We'll meet again next week.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any board member reports? Director Weisberg.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to respond to a couple of things. Valley Crossing wasn't closed. We tried to buy Valley Crossing and we were told that we were short of the offer of the schools that ended up purchasing it. I wish we would have bought Valley Crossing. I don't think we would have the issues that we're having right now. It was a much bigger school in an area of growth, and I wish that we would have done that. Unfortunately, we are more in the real estate business now than we are in the academic business. If you get on MSBA's website, you're going to see advertisements from architects, contractors, builders. What you would expect to see would be advertisements from curriculum companies that say how to improve academics. That's not where we are. This has just gotten to be a business. And so to me, what all of we've done tonight is gotten more into the construction business, because we have not shown that any of the construction that we're doing is helping us academically. And so that's a big problem that I have. And let me just say a couple more things. One of the other statements you made is, Annie, we make statements without thinking things through. I do not. I have tried for a very long time to get the Spanish immersion program expanded to our entire district, because I don't think it's equitable that only the students that are in the boundaried areas can get transportation. It is much cheaper to bus students to buildings we already have than to add on to buildings and to build new buildings. I am trying to efficiently use what we have without using what we used to have to pay for more stuff that's expensive. So you can continue to tell me, move on, move on, move on. It's impossible to move on when you're telling me that the school that I live by, and it doesn't involve me personally, I don't have an elementary student, but that school might be sold as a dog training facility to pay for another school. So please stop asking me to move on when it comes up constantly. We are currently getting an appraisal on the building that is close to my house, which people are no longer allowed to go to anymore, that is going to be used to finance what you just told taxpayers they don't have a reason to decide. Thank you.
I'll go to Director Riley next, and then Director Onken, and then Director Portmaney. Director Riley.
Thanks. After the last board meeting, I got a couple of emails. One of them was from a company that supplies or offers ed tech tools. And they have a literacy tool and a fluency tutor tool, and it helps with reading and assessments, and it even can help with ELL readers and learners. And I think I would love to pass this along to whoever, if it's John, Perry, and Melinda, so you can take a look at it. I was peeking around on their video, and it was pretty neat stuff. So, and it's a really cool toolbar that you can actually use on many different formats that we use in the classroom. And then I'm also going to meet with somebody about a financial education program. After I have that meeting, we'll send that information along to you as well. Melinda, maybe high school. I'm not sure where that would all go.
Director Onken.
Just a comment. I thought this was board member reports, not rehashing stuff that we've already talked about. And I guess I was just wanted to make that comment that's where we need to stick with.
Thank you, Director Porbaney.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So board chair report. In June of last year, shortly after the death of George Floyd, the school board received a letter from current and former BIPOC students. The letter reproached the district for a less than welcoming learning environment during their school years, citing hostility and microaggression primarily at the secondary level. It contained suggestions for improvement. Shortly thereafter, the Stillwater School Board issued a statement for racial justice, which said that it was time to join together in a focused effort to pursue racial justice and equity in our school community. The statement said, in part, the Stillwater Area School Board commits to joining together with our students, families, staff, and community members as we rise to this challenge. It is our responsibility to ensure that every student feels safe, respected, and valued in our schools and community every day. It said, this effort will be most effective through listening to the voices and stories of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community. We should begin with authentic and honest dialogue, and we will work with administration, students, staff, families, and community members to conduct a review of curriculum and instructional practices, district policy, hiring practices, and opportunities for all of us to learn more. This may be a new school board in 2021 with 5 new members, but the intent of that statement still stands. I feel I can speak for the majority of board members when I say that we are determined to work on the goals set forth in that statement. Did progress stall somewhat because of the urgency of dealing with monumental change brought about by the pandemic? Yes. I think all of us would have liked to see more progress at this point. But one of the goals in that statement is within the board's ability to address now, despite the pandemic. It's this: opportunities for all of us to learn more. The school board is embarking on a series of retreat sessions with several goals to help this new board coalesce, to begin thinking about goals for the board and district, and to do our own racial awakening work to, as the statement said, learn more. There is nothing unusual about boards having retreats. It is a best practice that helps boards operate as efficiently and effectively as possible. The last retreat by the Stillwater School Board was held 2 years ago. Sometimes these retreats are facilitated internally and sometimes by outside facilitators. This year, the choice was really not a choice at all. When I spoke with Superintendent Lansfeld, we agreed that in the wake of the letter last year, we absolutely needed to have our work led by a person who understands the voices and testimony of people who have been overlooked and underserved by the society, including the BIPOC students in this very district. Within the decade of 2010 to 2020, the percentage of students of color in this district rose from 6% to 21%. That is a huge increase in 10 short years. A large percentage of those students live in the southern part of the district. At the same time, there has been an explosion of housing in the same area. Both of these factors have led to what I consider to be permanent structural and demographic change in this district. We simply cannot ignore these changes as though they are fleeting and insignificant, as though we can return to the district that existed 10 years ago. Change has happened, and we need to understand it and address it. While I am on this board, and particularly while I am chair, I will be pushing the board and the district to make changes necessary to welcome the diversity that makes us a much stronger district and a much stronger community. At the last board meeting, this question was raised: when will this work end? The answer is that it won't. The work of understanding other people and cultures and removing barriers to students' full opportunity and ability to learn should never be a one and done program. Educators and board members should always be striving to figure out how to create the conditions that allow all students to achieve to the best of their abilities. This isn't the end of the journey, it's the start. And we welcome the community to join us in bettering the district on behalf of all students. Although these professional development sessions will be closed, which is an allowable exception to the open meetings law, I will be using the board chair report to let the community know about what happened in these sessions. We held our first session on Tuesday evening. All board members participated except for Director Riley. Also present was Superintendent Lansfeld. This was a professional development opportunity for us to explore our individual strengths as board members and to get some clues from fellow members about how we can work together more smoothly. And this is my collection of colors. I am grateful to the board members who participated because I found it to be a useful way to begin to understand individual board members and their preferred communication styles. I look forward to the next session, which will allow us to work on board goals. And that brings us to the end of our meeting. This meeting is adjourned.